Okay. Let's wait for everybody. Hi, everyone. I am here. Starting an hour late, but we're still going to do 3 hours, so no worries there. Now, let me see here.
Let's wait for everybody. Hi, everyone. I am here.
You piece of crap.
Starting an hour late.
And let me get this going. Comment thing. Go to X. I do wish my YouTube to Twitter X link still worked, so I didn't have to do this crap manually. It stopped working years ago and never started working again. Come on now, work. There we go. There we go. Hey, Toke64, I was beginning to worry about you, son. You ain't been to the last two. Cheers. Whew. Ben Lim. Hello, Ben. We'll get started here in just a second. I apologize for being an hour late, but hanging out with the kid takes precedence. I have an opportunity to hang out with him on a Saturday. I take it. And I lost track of time. Is what it is. But hey, at least I'm here, and I will be doing my 3 hours today. I swear. It's going to happen. We'll just give it a couple of minutes, wait for some more people to get in here. Everyone let me know if my audio is all right. I'm kind of reclining because I'm a little bit of back pain today. So I'm not as close up to the mic as I normally would be. So if I'm not loud enough, just let me know. Yeah. Yeah. I do like this new hat. It's my favorite color. I know there's some people that wouldn't like the fact that I've got a black American flag on there, but I don't really care. I think it looks cool. Bought at Buc-ee's. Little bit more, little bit more. Little bit more, little bit more. Hi, Farb. We're going to get started here in just a second. Let me ask you, while I've got my phone here. You might find this fun. Hold on. Hold on to your horses. We're going into hot pursuit. All right, well, for right now, it's Saturday, 7 o'clock, September 30th, 2023, and this is the 7thCast. As always, I am your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is off in his room doing 8 things. And I have to, hi AKL Max, I have to ask you, do you like blue? Or do you prefer green? Or do you maybe like yellow? Or do you like orange? Do you maybe want some of that red action going on? Some of that deep red action? Or maybe some kind of pinkish? You like some pink? Or maybe you're more of a purple guy. Like right around in here. Or maybe you just want it back in royal blue. What do you think, guys? What looks the best? I kind of like blue, but we can go with whatever you want. I can control the whole thing on my phone, so you just let me know what color looks best for you. Blue, okay. I kind of figured that. You know, I had it at a little bit of a darker blue, you know, but we can go with this one. I like it. You know, I could also, if it's a little bit too bright in here, you know, I can make it darker. You know, I say right about there looks good to me. You know, right at 60-something%. I think that looks good. 60-something% in blue. Everything's blue. Look at my skin. It's blue. All right. That works for me. I love these smart bulbs. They're so much fun to play with. Anyway. So, lots of stuff happened this week. And, you know, we got Jim Ryan retiring. We have the Sony hack. And we have everybody hating on Reforge. Oh boy, does everyone hate on Reforge. Now, normally, I wouldn't bother to comment on such things because I'm retired. I did my bit for the Sony cause. I did it for years. I carried the banner of the Trade Brotherhood after El Presidor retired, and I carried it quite well. Thank you so much. So normally, you know, I would just mind my own business and stay out of it. However, there were some interesting things that was said in the midst of all this that I just found kind of funny. Especially in regards to Oh No, It's Alex. Now, you know, me and Oh No, It's Alex had a bit of a unintentional tiff a few years ago because I was just being myself and trolling him a little bit on Twitter, and he took it more seriously than I thought he would, and you know, he posted a little mini diatribe on me during the Press Start podcast one night. And again, it was just a misunderstanding, so I never bothered to reply to it because, you know, I guess he didn't get the butt of the joke or whatever. I don't even remember what it was I was trolling him for, but I was trolling him, and he took it too serious. I didn't take offense to it. I messaged him, told him, you know, we're all good, you know, don't get all bent out of shape. It was just a troll, blah, blah, blah. And we've at least, you know, I wouldn't say we're friends because we don't really talk that much, but in the least, we get along. And he had posted some pretty innocuous stuff about Reforge. Pretty innocuous. You know, there wasn't that much to it. It was really, really tame, especially compared to some of the stuff we did back in my day. Good God. But Reforge, he took great offense to it. He blocked Oh No, It's Alex for it. And he's defending, all of this is about defending MG or whatever his name is. I can't remember, MGP or MP, PMS, whatever the guy's name is. I don't remember. I don't watch the MBG. I don't watch the guy. I've watched him a couple of times. And you know, he was like, they're trying to say that, you know, they wrote an article about him saying that he built his channel off of defending Sony and attacking Xbox and blah blah blah. Well, he did, because his channel was originally a pro Xbox channel, and it wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't getting as much traffic as the Colt Eastwoods of the world. And so suddenly one week, he just flip-flops, and now he's a pro PlayStation guy, and all of a sudden, his channels start going up and up and up and up and up and up. So they're exactly right. That's exactly what he built his channel on. That's not in debate by anyone, apparently, except Reforge. And so Reforge basically attacks Alex and anyone else who does the kind of content that Alex does, and Alex is good at what he does. He would have fit in right like a puzzle piece during my era. He would have been right there. He would have been like right alongside Solid Rev is where he would have been. And in fact, if anything, he's probably a little bit more vicious than Solid Rev was. But he starts going in on basically people that troll fanboys. Original Dogman, good God, John Castro. Man, I ain't talked to you in a minute, son. $10, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dogman. Good Lord. Didn't even know you were still around, son. Here, have a dollar bill. Thank you so much. For those of you who aren't in the know in the chat, Original Dogman here is John Castro, one of the OGs of the console war. But the reason that I hadn't really brought him up that much on Trade for Life is because he didn't have a side. He attacked everybody. PlayStation guys, Wii guys, Xbox guys, PC guys. Castro was an equal opportunity troll. He'd go after anybody. And we used to always, whenever we were really busy and we didn't have time to set up our camera and get in front of our camera and we just film our computer screen, we'd always say, we're doing this one John Castro style. So, because that's what John was known for. He wouldn't show, he didn't do face cams. He would film his laptop screen. He'd have all of his tabs set up to cover all of the things that he wanted to show, and that was how he did things. I mean, he shows his face now, I assume, but because the last time I saw a video of him was a video of very much showing his face and also showing his AK-47 shooting a bunch of stuff out down by the lake. So I'm assuming he's still showing his face now, but he was one of the real OGs. El Presidor, Solid Rev, me a couple of times. He went after it. He went after everybody. Didn't matter. Thanks for watching, Original Dogman. Appreciate it, son. So, anyway, where was I before I was completely surprised by Dogman being in here? Let's see. We were talking about Reforge. And Reforge was talking about trolls, and he brought up, he tried to imply that trolling a fanboy causes serious, legitimate mental anguish and harm and damage and stuff like that. Thumbs up, Dogman, thumbs up. But he was, basically what he was trying to imply was that Alex and everyone who does what Alex does, i.e. trolling fanboys, should stop immediately because they never know when a person they're replying to is going to not be able to handle it and self-delete. Yeah, that's what he laid on Alex's lap. You should never criticize anyone on the internet because they might take it so much to heart that they go an-hero. Now look, I've been in this since 2009. 2009. Nobody from the YouTube console wars has ever gone an-hero over something someone said about them on the internet. Never. It's never happened. You can't cite a case for it. No one in the YouTube console war has, given up their last extra life, okay? It's never happened. So, it's a straw man argument at best. And then, after basically accusing anyone like Alex or me or anyone else who's ever trolled a fanboy on the internet of potentially causing self-termination, and accusing us of causing mental anguish and mental damage and well-being damage and all this stuff. He then turns around and gaslights his audience by saying, you better start supporting me on YouTube, because if you don't start supporting me, then YouTube could any day now could look and say, hey, these streams, they're not making us any money. We're paying for all this streaming bandwidth, and there's not enough money coming in from it, so we're just going to have to start placing mandatory ads on live streams. He was trying to BS his audience into sending him more super chats and membership sign-ups to prevent YouTube from putting mandatory ads on streams. Well, first of all, ads on streams, you could choose whether to monetize those or not. I don't monetize my live streams. I monetize the replay. I leave this live stream unmonetized so you guys don't have to watch ads. Right? It's an option. You could turn it on and off. Secondly, if people are submitting you donations to Streamlabs, which is what any streamer with any common sense recommends their audience to do, instead of hitting the gray button with the $sign on it, YouTube ain't making any money off of it anyway. The only one that gets a cut is Streamlabs, which is just a few cents per transaction. When you guys donate to Streamlabs, the person that you're watching gets like 90-something% of it. When you use the gray button with the $sign on it, YouTube takes a 30% cut. So if you're a streamer that's worth your salt and you're pressing to your audience, hey, I don't need donations, but if you want to donate, I would recommend you use the Streamlabs, because then I get the amount of money that you are actually wanting me to have, as opposed to 70% of your money with 30% going to YouTube. If you're not doing that, if you are doing that, then YouTube isn't making any profit off your stream regardless. It had nothing to do with that. He was just trying to scaremonger his own audience into paying him more money. Which is hilarious, because that's freaking gaslighting. That's mentally playing with someone's mind, instilling false guilt and false fear to compel them into performing the action you want them to perform. But he's accusing trolls of playing with people mentally and causing mental anguish. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I mean, I could see it from a mile away. His audience might be too stupid to realize what he was doing, but I could see it. So, kudos to Alex for ripping his ass open in his most recent video. It was well done. 7th seal of approval, sir. That felt like the good old days right there. That was a fun vid. It felt like what we used to do. Instead of walking on eggshells and pussyfooting around everyone's feelings. That was the way to go. Congrats. Makes me wish you were around in my day so I could put you in my documentary. Alas, You came too late, sir. You came too late. But you would have fit in just fine. I don't know, man. I don't know. The sad thing is that guys like Reforge, they're becoming the norm instead of the exception. You know, everyone that wants to be on one side or the other, they're just a shill. They're just a shill. You know, there's no real fun or passion behind it. They're afraid to get into it with the opposite side. And so they all want to be like Colt Eastwood. It's embarrassing. It's sad and it's embarrassing. Yeah, exactly, Farb. You know, Forge is turning into DSP without all the, the milkable dumb assery that you would normally get from a premium lolcow. You know, he's like the bland dollar store version of DSP. I don't know why anyone watches him, which not that many people do from what I can tell in the first place, which is actually part of the whole thing. But he's certainly not going to up that audience talking about that kind of stuff and, talking about his faith. His faith. Yeah. How much was your faith in the factor of you messing around on your wife with all those women online, huh? And then talking about people spreading misinformation. Dude, you did an apology video explaining exactly what you did. Yeah, oh, my faith and my family. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my. But even then, apparently lacked the conviction of actually, make it do on his particular divergences and going out there and getting his carrot wet in the reel. No, he's just going to take the fapping to DMs approach. Dude. Woman got your balls in a purse so bad you can't even cheat on her properly. Which I never cheated on any woman that I've ever been with because I didn't have a need to. I never had a need to. And no real man would. Good God. So, look. If you're going to be on YouTube, okay, you're a public person. You are open to criticism, just like I'm open to criticism, just like anyone that we've ever gone up against over the last 14 years has, okay? If you can't handle that, then you need to just privatize all your stuff and just stick to that old Colt Eastwood method where you don't talk to anybody, you don't interact with anybody, you don't go up against anybody or try to counter anybody. You just keep your horse blinders on and stay in your damn lane. That's what would be best for you, because it's obvious that you can't handle anything more than that. You and your frickin' ridiculous Jimmy Neutron haircut. You ever look at that man's hair? Jesus Christ. Jimmy Neutron, age 35. Freaking ridiculous. Why does anybody watch this shit? He's not entertaining. He's boring. I've watched him like twice, and one of them was about all of this. He is boring. And a grown-ass man who can't ignore other women online, and he's talking about other like trolls being kids. Look at your goddamn hairstyle. You're a living Nicktoon, you dumbass. And you're wanting to talk about other men's maturity online when you can't even take public criticism? Get out of here, man. Just take your Jimmy Neutron hair and go. You were not meant for this. And clearly you weren't meant for Twitch either, because you got banned off of that. So just head on out, son. Load your wagon up and head down Colt Eastwood Boulevard. You're done. Holy shit. Rainstorm. Who's Jimmy Neutron? Good Lord. Just Google Jimmy Neutron. It's a character from an old Nickelodeon CGI cartoon. And he has the exact same hairstyle as the dipshit we're talking about here. Reforge. Same haircut. Anyway. I never knew Juario, Brother Natural. I never knew him, and I don't know how much any of that was true or not. I have friends who were friends with him, and they don't believe it to this day, but I can't say I didn't know the man. But he wasn't part of the console wars, though. He wasn't part of the console wars. Why is it the ones who always talk about religion are the worst? Well, I occasionally talk about religion. Am I one of the worst? No. Because I don't try to force my beliefs onto you. Or judge myself to be better than any of you because of my religious beliefs. Old Rainstorm. Thank you for the $20 last week, Rainstorm. I appreciate it, Hunt. I know him. Who's the dipshit? Reforge. Another console warrior shill. Well, not even a console warrior. Just a console war shill. Like, you know, Colt Eastwood. Let me tell you, if Reforge had popped up and tried any of this crap back in my day, he would have been treated the same as Pyro 2000X. He would have been ostracized, just like Pyro 2000X. So, you know, Alex, 100% in the right. More power to him. More power to him. Oh, I had to talk about it because I laughed so much. I got so much entertainment out of watching the original video after watching Alex's destruction of Reforge. Oh, I enjoyed it so much. You know, I hope Alex shows back up on the press start, if the press start even exists anymore. I don't know if Kofi still does it or not. But if it does, I hope that Alex is on there and he reams him again. I really do. $2 from Sky85. Thank you, Sky. Appreciate it. Sorry I was a little late with that, but I was in the middle of a rant, son. It's the way it goes. Thank you. $2. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Now, before we start going into any other topics, let me just catch up, make sure. Actually, I've seen Colt going at it on Twitter, calling people pony. Twitter don't count. If he's not getting into video debates, it don't count. And let me tell you, I know from firsthand experience that most of what Colt does is block people, because the first time I countered one of his idiotic remarks, he blocked me. He's had me blocked for years. Which is the better steampunk era Souls-like game, Lies of P or Steel Rising? I am not an authority on the Souls-like genre, but 8th is, and 8th says that that personally, Lies of P is his favorite indie Souls-like of all time. He really, really likes Steel Rising, but Steel Rising had a little bit of jank, he said, and a little bit too much of didn't have enough variety in the enemy types and whatnot. He said otherwise they would have been like neck and neck, but because of overall being more satisfied with the gameplay mechanics of Lies of P and the different bosses and the enemies and whatnot, that he slightly prefers Lies of P over Steel Rising. But he has always said that Steel Rising was worth a buy. Do you by chance play the Street Fighter series? Not really, no. I'm not a fighting game enthusiast. Closest I ever got to that was trolling friends of mine on Mortal Kombat. Because, the only character that I was even competent with was Scorpion. And I'd get into the whole teleport to the other side of the screen, grab them with the chain, pull them, uppercut, warp to the other side, chain, uppercut, and I just spam that without giving them the opportunity to do anything offensive until they lost, and they hated me for it. And I never bothered to learn the game any better than that because I thought it was so damn funny to just keep them stun locked through the whole match where they never got to, do anything. So that's all I ever learned how to do. And I can do that like ridiculously fast and accurate. But of course nowadays there's more ways to counter that than there used to be. But I've never really been big on the fighting game genre, no. Swallowed me a nice good mouthful of snot there. Yummy, yum, yum. Yummy, yum, yum. Okay, so Jim Ryan. Jim Ryan announced his retirement this week. Coming next March, Dreamcast guy. Not immediate, next March. Jumped the gun on the news a little bit there to make sure your video got out as quickly as everyone else's there, son. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. What I find interesting about Jim Ryan announcing his retirement when he did was it takes place after finding out that in all likelihood the Activision Blizzard deal will probably be going through very shortly. And within days of the reveal of the newest Sony hack. And right alongside of several market analysts predicting the failure of all of the new live service games that Sony has announced thus far, aside from possibly the new one being made by Bungie, which is really a reboot of one of their oldest original series and games that they did prior to Halo. And so he announces his retirement right after all that. What I suspect happened, and I'm basing this strictly on the years that I spent working in the financial sector, is that all of this news that's come out in the last month or so has got shareholders really pissed off. And Sony has become very concerned about there being a runoff on the stock, that people are going to start selling their stock off to get out. And so they have to do something to show that Sony is making moves to rectify all these problems, see? And so what they do is they offer whoever's the CEO in charge at the time, whether any of it was his fault or not, they offer him a golden parachute and tell them, you can announce publicly that you're retiring. We're not going to fire you. You can retire, save your reputation, and then they can go to the shareholders and say, look, we're about to be under new management. We're going to be making sweeping changes. Here is our first step to correcting things. Please don't sell the stock. Just hang on for another year, because his replacement comes in 6 months, and then 6 months after that, if you still feel we're in the wrong direction, whatever, but please don't sell your stock right now. We've got big changes coming. That's what it seems to me. Do I have any proof of this? No. I'm going off my gut instinct based on the years that I spent doing IT in the financial sector and seeing how things were done behind the scenes. That's what this feels like to me. What am I drinking? Unsweetened iced tea. My medication doesn't allow me to drink booze anymore, son. But yeah, that's my interpretation of Jim Ryan retiring. I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong. That's just what it feels like to me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Seventh is always right. And even when he's not right, he's wrong for the right reason. I've said that for years. So, topic number 3, the Sony hack. My gut tells me that after 2011, if this was a thing that was going to be a huge, major leak, that we would have already seen a lot of actions taken before now. Again, I could be wrong, but I don't think this is going to be like 2011. To me, this feels more like the Capcom hack from a while back, where all they ended up getting was like some advanced information about upcoming releases and business transactions and stuff like that. I could be wrong, but that's what it feels like to me. I don't think it's going to be this soul-crushing mega hack like what happened in 2011 with Lulzsec. I don't see it. I don't think that's what this is. I think that they got a hold of some PowerPoint presentations about some products, maybe got a hold of some corporate emails that details some of their machinations of trying to stop the Activision merger, some stuff like that. Maybe some early non-release promotional materials for games that haven't come out yet. Maybe some information on the alleged PlayStation 5 Pro or the PlayStation 5 Slim. That kind of thing. But I don't think it's anything... I kind of doubt it's anything more serious than that. I could be wrong, but that's just what it feels like based on, how much it's been covered in the news so far. Sony's reaction to it. That's just what it feels like to me. I could be wrong. We'll see. I will tell you this though. In 2011, when the Sony hack happened, and they were like, yes, they did get people's user information, blah blah blah, and they forced everybody to change their password and all that. I didn't order a replacement credit card. I didn't change any of my information there. Never lost a dime. I'm just saying. I could wake up tomorrow and my account be empty. If it is, okay. I'll order a different card if that happens, and then the bank will send all the money back. The bank will refund it. It won't, no skin off my ass. All of my online accounts have totally randomized passwords. They're different for each one. I have to keep them in a hidden offline database to keep track of it all, because I take that kind of stuff seriously. No single account I have has the same password on it. The credentials are different too. So I ain't worried about it. And if any of you have acted smart with your online stuff, you shouldn't worry about it either. The only people that should be worried about it are the people that have used ABC123 on every social media account that they have. I don't understand in this day and age why anybody would do that. Still. I mean, did none of you watch Hackers back in the 90s? Come on. Anyway, those were my 3 main topics of the evening. And so now the floor is open. It's Q&A time. So go ahead, ask your questions. Answer thee my questions 3, Hey, I'm wearing my Chop Top shirt today. Chop Top. Yes. Says right here at the bottom, lick my plate. Lick my plate, you dog dick. I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. It's a classic. It's a classic. And Stretch was hot, man. Stretch was hot. And I met her in person. And even in her, 60s or whatever she is now, she was still hot. Of course, that was in 2014, and now she's had a bunch of plastic surgery that she didn't need. She totally didn't need it. But, it is what it is. That was her call. From Brother Natural, the people that should worry about it are those that still use the word password. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you're not using a password generator, a randomizer in this day and age, you're a moron. You are a straight moron. It's not even that hard. Go to a website like random.org, click on password, tell it you want a 17-digit randomized password, generate, copy, paste. Store it somewhere on an offline database, marking what account it is, here's the credentials for it in case you ever lose it. Do that for every account you have online. You're good to go. Set up secondary authentication. Every time you log into something, you got to get a little pop-up on your phone and click, yes, it's me. Boom, you're in. You should be doing that for everything you have. This is 2023, folks. It's not rocket science. It's not hard. It's simple stuff. Game of the year for you so far. For me, Hogwarts Legacy. That's been the most fun that I've had with a game this year. And I'm not even a big Harry Potter fan. I just thought the mechanics were fun, and I liked the size of the map and all the different activities it had. Because that's what I like, are big open-world RPG type games where you've got all these different kind of quests and all these different collectibles, and you get to explore, find places on the map, go through them. Skyrim type stuff. That's what I like. Unless it's done by Starfield, like Starfield, and then it's just kind of meh, because Starfield ruins the whole sense of exploration. There's no real sense of exploration to it. Not like Skyrim, where you can just wander off the beaten path and find a city that wasn't even on the map. You can't do that in Starfield. You might find a little cookie cutter base that you're going to see on 5011 other moons, but you're not going to find some unique new city that, was not on the map until you stumbled upon it. That's what I like. Hidden online database, aka inside an old John Wayne VCR box. Do you consider it safe to put a debit card on a console? Only if you're taking the proper precautions on it. I mean, really, the best way that you should do payments on a console is buy gift card codes and just put those, load your account up with gift card money and do it that way. That's the safest way to do it. I don't do it that way for simple convenience and the fact that, I triple up on all my security stuff, so I'm not that concerned about it. Plus, anytime there's a suspicious transaction on my card, within 30 seconds, I hear about it from my bank, and they say, we have blocked this transaction because it doesn't appear normal. Even if it is me. Like, used to, the first couple of times I went to Retropalooza, if I tried to use my debit card, they would reject it. Because it was a transaction happening up in the Dallas area instead of happening in the Austin area where I live. And so they'd flag it and reject it. So I'd have to call the bank and say, hi, yeah, this is me. I am in Dallas. I need you to push this through. And they'd go, okay. My bank is on point, man. They let me know anytime anything even slightly fishy happens with that account. And if one of them does happen to slip by, all I have to do is call them and say, I didn't make this transaction. And they cancel the transaction. They put the money right back in there. Just like that. Hogwarts Legacy did have a fantastic OST. That's true. I've been looking to see if they're going to put it on LP and buy it for 8th for Christmas because he loves video game soundtracks. Most of his record collection is either video game soundtracks, movie soundtracks, or anime soundtracks. He's got some actual rock and rap albums in there. He was very excited. He actually found a re-release of the original Beastie Boys License to Ill LP at his Walmart. And he was very excited about that. He was like, I finally got it! I finally got it! He came home and he had it. That was the most excited I'd seen 8th in a long time. He was very happy to have that. Although if that album came out nowadays, as tame as it is, I don't know that one would fly nowadays. Like I just said, for me, the 2023 game of the year is Hogwarts Legacy. It can be whatever y'all want it to be. To be honest with you, though, I have a hard time believing that Starfield would beat out Tears of the Kingdom. I have not played it, but I have a lot of friends who have. And, I can't think, with the exception of New Legal, who sucks the e-peen of anything that Xbox puts out, no matter how shitty it is. I don't have a single friend who was impressed by Starfield. Not a one. Not a one. The most positive thing I got was, it's just another Bethesda game. And that's exactly what it is. It's Fallout 4 with a Star Trek sheen spread across it, or a NASA sheen spread across it. That's all it is. That's all it is. Its gunplay is improved over Fallout 4. But it has the same kind of padding, Build a base, build your ship. That kind of crap was in Fallout 4. I didn't use it because I didn't have to have it to beat the game. I obliterated that game and didn't have to bother with any of the base building stuff to do it. It's just mediocre to me. It doesn't push that genre forward at all. There's nothing new in it that hasn't been done in another better game. That's the problem with it. Comparing it to another Bethesda game, yes, it's an improvement. Comparing it to everything else out there, it's like 10 years old. I'm just being honest. What are your top 3 favorite streaming services? Amazon, Netflix, and Max. Disney Plus is disappointing me. I canceled Hulu. really, I don't necessarily even need Netflix, and really don't need HBO, because I can pretty much get all of it on Amazon. Not Netflix's exclusive stuff per se, although some of it does end up becoming for sale on Amazon eventually. But, like Stranger Things, I'd rather have like a 4K Blu-ray box set of that than to keep subscribing to Netflix. Because I loved One Piece, which again was shocking to me. I was absolutely floored by the fact that I had so much fun with it. But most of the exclusive stuff on Netflix is mediocre as hell. Not that the exclusive stuff on Amazon is any better. Oh my God. Rings of Power? Absolute trash. The Boys is good. This spin-off, though, Gen 5, I watched the first 3 episodes. I wasn't impressed. There's a lot of identity politics stuff to it. A lot. And I mean, it does it in a comedic way and a satirical way, but it's still there. To be honest, I think Zelda, Hogwarts, and possibly Spider-Man 2 will win Game of the Year. Spider-Man 2 could. It could. There's a possibility of that. It's not as common with sequels, although it did happen with God of War, but it didn't happen with Ragnarok. We'll have to see on that. Starfield loads just like Fallout New Vegas. Yes, it does. Yes, it most certainly does. My buddy, who's a big fan of Bethesda, is on his 8th playthrough of Starfield. 8th? I haven't even finished my first. I got bored. And I asked him what he thought of it, and he said it's all right, but kind of boring. Yeah, it's boring. It is a boring game. I'm not getting as invested in those characters as I did other characters in some of their previous titles. And even then, that was nowhere near as much as, like, for example, getting invested in the characters of the first 2 Mass Effect games. Look, those original Mass Effect games, when it comes to making you actually get invested in their characters, blows away anything Bethesda's ever done. That's just the truth. What's your game of the generation from every generation? Seriously, Farb? Good God. That would be more of a video than a 7thCast thing, because I'd have to sit and think about that, put some actual work into it. That one I can't just do off the top of my head. Jeez Louise. 2-parter. After the console war project, are you going to catch up on some gaming? What's the first game you're going to play? Well, I actually got to play a game for 2 whole hours today. Yeah, but you know why? I'll show you why. What'd I do with my phone? Because I forgot to make my Retropalooza video. And that's why I had time to game. I completely forgot about it. Completely forgot. And, the stuff's all on here. It's all on here. Let me show you. Hold on a second. What's one that I can show you without getting into any serious trouble here? Let me see. What's this one? No. No, not that one. No, not that one. Let me see. Give me just a second. I'm trying to find a good one.
It's asked me to autograph a copy of Adventures in Game Chasing.
Yeah.
All day. first person that's asked me to autograph a copy of Adventures in Game Chasing. All day yesterday. I just wanted to say thank you. Nobody has asked me to do that before.
This is the guy. This is the guy right here.
You're going to be on my channel.
Oh, thank you, brother, man. Appreciate it, brother, man. Adam, check out this guy.
So they're all on here. I just haven't had a chance to put it all together. I forgot. I had the chance, forgot. But because I forgot, it allowed me to actually play some game today. Hi, video game lover. Are there physical releases of The Boys and Invincible? I'm one of the 3 people trying to keep physical alive. I don't know if there are. I haven't looked for them. I would like to think so. Phantom Liberty is amazing. I haven't bought that. 8th has it. 8th has it. I haven't bought it because I'm still between checks for not between checks. I got paid yesterday, but that check is the check that pays my car payment and my rent. And so I have to wait until the 15th before I have spent, any serious spending money again. And, this is October, so this is the period of time where I don't go out and buy new games. I'm saving money up for whatever I'm going to get 8th for Christmas this year. So you won't be seeing me buy any new games. The only reason I have a new game at all is because I had pre-ordered it like 6 months ago and completely forgot about it, and it came out of one of my credit cards instead of my debit card. And so it just showed up on my porch. I didn't even know what it was, and it ended up being that new... the newest Trails game, the one that's like a remaster of an old PSP game that never came to the States, and it plays more like an action platformer RPG, where instead of like turn-based like the traditional Trails games are. Can't remember the name of it, but that's what showed up, and that's what I played 2 hours of today. It's not bad, but you could tell it's a really old game, and that all they did was clean up the visuals, because it doesn't even have any adaptive trigger stuff or anything like that to it. But then again, it wouldn't, because it's a PS4 game, not a PS5. But either way, you could tell just from playing it that it's an old game that they just cleaned up and up-res to 1080p. But still, it's one I never played, so I was having fun with it for the 2 hours I got to play it. I gotta hit you with the hard question. Right. But you should definitely make a video about Game of the Generation. Well, maybe I will. 7th, when's the last time you saw a ghost? Not in a long, long time. The last time I saw a ghost was in Gatlinburg in 2013. I heard the McRib is coming back. Is this true? I have no idea. They bring it back every year or two. Shouldn't be a surprise to you. Is Mike Judge a better writer than Seth MacFarlane? Yes. Can you do a McRib? I don't do mukbangs. Go watch that Nicky guy if that's what you want. I don't do that shit. You troll. You're a troll. You gave yourself away by leaving your caps lock on, son. Have you ever played Thousand Arms? I used to own Thousand Arms. And if I'm not mistaken, that was one of the ones that I lost in the infamous yard sale debacle of 2004. Let me verify that. Been a while since I looked at my PS1 list. Let me see. No. Games. Refine. Console. Sony PS1. Apply. I own 66 PS1 games. 66. Let's see. Thousand Arms. Let's see if it's in here. I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. I do have a lot of JRPGs. I've got Suikoden, the first one, not the second one. I got Threads of Fate, Vagrant Story, Valkyrie Profile, Wild Arms, Xenogears, Parasite Eve, all the Final Fantasy ones, Saga Frontier 2, You know, a very large majority. Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, Legend of Legaia, Legend of Dragoon. A large majority of what I have on PS1 are JRPGs. But Thousand Arms is not one that I own anymore. My ex-wife got it for me for Christmas on PS1 one year, and then the next summer she sold it while I was out of town. Go figure. Dumb. Will you be playing Spider-Man 2? Maybe. Me and 8th have our PlayStation set up to where anything that I buy, he can play, and anything he buys, I can play. He's pre-ordered the collector's edition of Spider-Man, which comes with a digital download code, so he can download it, and then I'll be able to go onto my PlayStation and install it off of his account, then switch to my account and play it. So... Kid, you take off your shirt. Who do I look like, Rich? I might be a fat ass, but I'm skinnier than Rich. So no. The answer is no. Troll. I cut my clean frame. I cut my cords years ago. Years ago. Like 2014, somewhere around in there. Yeah, I don't eat McRib. I couldn't tell you the last time I ate at a McDonald's. I'm in Texas. McDonald's could suck it. Whataburger for life. What's the matter with y'all? McRib. He's itching to take a walk down Washout Lane, this Beaver Boys guy. Yeah. He's getting on his knees and begging for the banhammer. Who you think you're talking to, son? You don't think I know a troll when I see one? Give me a break. Whoo boy. Gotta get my fluids, you know. Gotta get my fluids. Keep myself hydrated. So my diabetes medication don't give me the burning peas. Have you been alive for every video game generation? Every console generation? Well, almost. The Magnavox Odyssey 2... the Magnavox Odyssey 1 came out 2 years before I was born. It came out in 72. I was born in 74. So I've been through almost every console generation. Almost. But the Magnavox Odyssey was part of the generation that was mainly Pong clones. And then the next generation technically started with the Fairchild Channel F being the first console with swappable cards. And additionally purchasable cards. And that's the generation that the Atari 2600 came from, and I was certainly alive to experience the 2600. Every kid in my neighborhood had a 2600. Except for the one weird kid who had a 5200. And, well, there was one kid who had a ColecoVision, and there was one kid who had an Intellivision. You know, I had those eventually, but I had them years after they came out because I was always getting my cousin's hand-me-downs. So I'd have to wait for the next generation to start to get an upgrade. Because my parents couldn't afford that kind of stuff. You know? My parents bought me an Atari for Christmas 1983. The year of the crash. And then 2 years later, the NES came out. I didn't get my NES until 1987, I think. Summer of 87 or summer of 88, one of the two. And then in summer of 1990 was when I got my Genesis. So I was only playing the NES for 2 to 3 years at best. But oh, the games I played during that period. I didn't have a lot of money, but I had the Harrison Video up the street. So I was renting games all the time. All the time. So I played all the Zeldas, all the Contras, all the Mega Mans, well, up until, when the Genesis came out. And then, you see, by the time the Genesis came out, that was right when I got it the year before I started working. I got it when I was 15, started working at 16. And so by the time the Super Nintendo came out, I was working 30 hours a week part-time as a senior in high school, sophomore in high school. And so I went right out and I bought me a Super Nintendo. And so at that point, my NES was in the closet, and I was playing SNES and Genesis. But yeah, man, as far as Social Security goes, my quarters are good. I'm full up. I'm ready to go. I've earned my Social Security spot, assuming it still exists by the time I'm old enough to retire, if I even make it to retirement age. If I was 67 years old right now, I would be getting $2,500 a month from the government, which is not even half of what I make at my regular job. But the assumption is that if I live to retirement age, by that point, Eighth will be well into his career, and I won't need all that money because I'm not going to the retirement home. I'm moving into the back corner of wherever he's living at the time, where he can keep an eye on me in my old age, and I can help pay some of the utilities and spend the rest of it on whatever the hell I want. That's the dream, folks. And as of right now, $2,500. If I'm not paying the mortgage and I'm not paying a car payment and whatnot, $2,300 is good money. Take my 401k and roll it into an interest-earning CD or something, and live off the interest and Social Security. That's the dream, baby. That's the dream. Which my 401k is not as big as it should be because of how much bouncing around I did before I landed at this company. I've been with this company almost 11 and a half years. And so, I spent too much time in the past bouncing from job to job to job. This has been the longest I've ever been with one company. And so my 401k right now is pretty tiny. It's only got 70 grand in it. Not near what it should be. But by the time, if I do live to retire, by that point, it ought to be well on up there. And at that point, I can just, when I retire, roll it over into a CD and live off the interest. And Social Security, of course. Because, my company doesn't have a pension plan. The only time, nowadays, for the most part, the only way you get a pension plan is if you work for the government or the state government. And then you'll get a pension through them. Like if you're a cop or FBI or, U.S. Postal Service, they get a pension. You work for a corporation, you don't get a pension anymore. You get a 401k. Has the rent gone up where you live? Oh, wait a minute. Wait just a second. Huh? What? Oh, it's going down my throat. Oh, no. Magic powers. 2 hours remaining. 2 hours. 2 hours remaining. Oh, go away. Let's see here. Have you ever had a Noah's... Oh, wait. Has the rent gone up where you live? Rent always goes up. You know, I've only had 1 year since I moved here where the landlord has said, you know what? We're good. No rent increase this year. Happened once. It was going into my second year here. They were like, you know what? We're good. We're good. We'll keep it right where it is. And then, you know, for the most part, it was like extra $40, you know, goes up $40, goes up $50. And then the year before a year from last March, they upped it $161 a month, which took up most of the raise that I got that year. So, you know, it didn't really hurt me that bad. But it also meant that, you know, I wasn't getting that extra flood of fund money that I thought I was going to get. You know, an extra $200 a month into my fund account. No. It ended up being an extra $40 a month into my fund account because they took most of it. This year, it was back more to a more acceptable level. I think they upped me like $65, $70, something like that. My current rent for this house, which is not a big house, it's a 1,450 square foot home, three bedrooms and a garage. It's like $1,742 a month. When I first moved in 6.5 years ago, it was $1,350. But I haven't had like some outlandish price increase. And it would be kind of ridiculous if they did, because this house is damn near 30 years old. You know, there's nothing modern in this house at all. At all. This is an older neighborhood. It's clean. It's quiet. It's convenient to everything that I want to get to. But, you know, it's an old school 90s era rancher house that has the same carpet in it that was put in it 30 years ago. You know, all the polish is worn off the doorknobs. It's a clean but old ass house. And when I first moved into it, it was infested with hornets and scorpions. And I had to take care of that myself out of my own pocket when I moved in. So, the goal is to get my bills paid down over the next 2 years so that 2 years from now, instead of going and shopping for a house, getting a piece of land and building the house that I want. Which that house would be a 1-story rancher, Mexican villa style, with, you know, the tiled floors and, you know, the Mexican style ceiling with the, you know, the rounded entryways and what have you, the arched entryways. And somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. 4-bedroom house with a great room in the middle of it that'll be the gaming room. And all the bedrooms at least 14 by 14. Preferably bigger than that. Just depends on how much it's going to cost. Because here in Texas, new house construction averages $150 per square foot. So a $3,000 square foot home would be $475,000. Somewhere around in there, give or take. We'll see. It all depends. All depends on how much of a down payment I can save up. Because the bigger down payment I can save up, the lower the mortgage is going to be. And that mortgage is going to pass over to 8th as soon as he's able to get a job where he would afford to pay it. Because it's going to be his house when I die. That's my goal, is to build a house that is cool enough and big enough and 2/8 tastes enough to where he'll never have to buy another home in his life. This house will do him. That's the goal. And I don't think we'd get that by just buying a house that already exists. We would have to make concessions. We'd have to settle for what we could find. But if I build it, then I can make it exactly what I want. And that's the current goal. Let's see here. Now let's catch up. I kind of went on a rant there. Have you ever had a Noah's Ark at McDonald's? I have no idea what that is. You're wearing out your welcome, Beaver Boy. My finger's itching on the banhammer button. The only reason I haven't done it already is I'm kind of curious to see if your trolling eventually gets competent. Sir, do you Jollibee fast food? What is Jollibee? The hell is a Jollibee, Ben? I have no idea what that is. I have Whataburger. That's all I need. Well, I wish we had a Crystal. I miss Crystal so bad. But I'm happy with Whataburger. What's your thoughts on the Terra Onion mode? I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you have another hobby other than gaming? Well, I mean, you do see the behind me there. I can get my finger. Everything's reversed. See the guitars? See my guitars back there? You know, I do have that, and I do writing. I used to read books, but lately I don't do that anymore. I used to love to sit down and read for a couple hours before I go to bed. And my ex-wife kind of killed my desire for that. I used to have a book collection that was as impressive as my game collection is, and I gave them all away to Goodwill. Gave them all away. I used to have hundreds of books, fill up multiple shelves. Damn near a library-sized book collection. Gave them all away. Which did you prefer, Star Wars 1 or Spaceballs? By Star Wars 1, do you actually mean Star Wars 4? You know, A New Hope? If so, A New Hope. If you're talking about Phantom Menace, I prefer Spaceballs. Damn, I missed the first hour. Sorry, man. And I even started an hour late. So that in reality, that means you're 2 hours late. Think about that. I live in Cali, and just a basic 1,400 square foot is no lower than $3,000. Gee. Yeah. Well, the way I figure it, if my salary keeps going up at the rate that it currently is, barring any additional promotions that I might get, because I just got promoted last May, in 2 years, I would be able to afford somewhere in the realm of a $3,000 to $3,500 a month mortgage. I wouldn't be incredibly comfortable. That would mean I would be clearing somewhere between $500 to $1,000 a month for fun money. But I'd have the home that I want. And over time, as I continued to get raises, that would become more comfortable. Because really, with the way that I spend money, I wouldn't need more than $1,000 a month for fun money, and half the time I don't even spend that much. Lately, I've only been buying maybe 1 or 2 games a month, if that. This year, I've hardly bought anything, because I've been focusing more on the retro stuff than new games. Because, in my opinion, this generation has kind of sucked. This generation has been way light compared to PS3 and PS4 gens. PS3 and PS4 gens, there was something, starting in 2009, there was something new every week to buy. Every week. I mean, let me show you what I mean. Okay? Let me show you real quick. Refine. Console. Sony, a PlayStation 3. Apply. I have 176 PS3 games. Refine. Console. And that's after I sold several a few years ago. All of it third party. I didn't sell any exclusives. PlayStation 4. Apply. I have 288 PS4 games. Refine. Console. PlayStation 5. Actually, I have 289 PS4 games because I haven't added that new Trails game in here yet. I have 69 PS5 games. 69. And a bunch of those are ones that 8th bought that I don't care about. This generation just isn't hitting for me the way the previous ones did. In the previous 2 generations, I would have been over 100 titles by now. But no. And you know what ain't helping? The lack of physical releases. That new Dragon's Quest action game that just came out, that new action RPG, no physical release on PS5. Baldur's Gate 3, no physical release on PS5 unless you're in Japan and it comes out next year. Why the hell is Japan getting a physical of Baldur's Gate 3 but the US is not? Why? It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. That would be like America being the only country that gets a physical release of Trails of Cold Steel 5 or whatever. Why? I warned y'all about this shit. I warned you. And now it's here. And it sucks. How did you get rid of the scorpions? I hired a pest control company to come and kill the nests. That's how I did it. Cost me a pretty penny too. $1,700 a month for a 3-bedroom house. I'm paying $2,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment in Connecticut. Well, there you go. Connecticut, that's northeast. That's like what, New England area generally. Everything costs more up there, man. Everything costs more up there. You know how much I paid for a 1,000 square foot 2-bedroom apartment in Tampa? Nice apartment. Few blocks up from Busch Gardens and Tampa Bay Stadium. $545 a month. I have no idea what it costs now, but I guarantee you it ain't $2,000. True, I was the only person there that spoke English, but they were all very nice to us. The lady that lived above us was a salsa dancing teacher, so during the day I had to listen to do for 11 hours. But it was a nice apartment. Eventually I came to rather like that do. Good evening, Biggin. I was thinking about moving to Texas until I saw a video of a Jack-in-the-Box worker shooting at a customer over curly fries. Still worth it? Isolated incident. Besides, if you live in Texas and you eat at Jack-in-the-Box, you almost deserve it, because Whataburger is right there. Whataburger is better than any other fast food joint in Texas. Period. Whataburger is the shit, man. They have the best fast food burger in Texas. and they're banana pudding milkshakes that I'm not supposed to have, but I allow myself to have one twice a month. Pristine. Divine. Divine. I mean, it's not a Dairy Queen milkshake, you know. It's certainly not a Ghirardelli's milkshake. That's the best damn milkshake I've ever had in my life, was at Ghirardelli's. But then again, you paid $8 for it because it was on Disney property. So, I mean, you get what you pay for. What's your thoughts on the retro Tink fork? I don't have a use for one. Jolly Bee is awesome. Some of the best fried chicken I've ever had. We don't have that in Texas. At least not in the part of Texas I live anyway. We have KFC and we have Golden Chick, which Golden Chick, as far as I know, is a Texas-only chain. Their fried chicken, way better than KFC, but they lose to KFC a little bit in the sides, and they're a little bit more expensive than KFC. But their fried chicken is better, man. It just is. It kicks KFC's ass. It's awesome, and it's right up the road for me. I can go and get me a bag whenever I want it. But what I can't get me is a damn sack full of crystals. Why, Texas? Why? Why? You have everything on earth, including all these, Texas-only fast food chains that are great. Why no crystal? Why? I'm craving a sack full, Texas. I want my crystal chicks and my crystal pups. Damn you. That's one thing, I was also thinking about leaving the Austin area and moving to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, like Arlington. Because at least if I did that, I would be within a couple of hours' drive of the state line into Louisiana, and then I could get me some damn crystals. I would drive a couple of hours for some crystals. I'm not above that. I'll find an excuse. Like, I'll find out about some gaming convention that's in Louisiana, and I will book for that gaming convention, not because I want to buy anything, but just so I can have an excuse to drive into Louisiana to buy me some damn crystals. I have not had crystals since I passed through Louisiana on my way to Texas. That was the last time I had any crystals. Well, I had the microwavable ones that you can buy at frickin' Walmart, but they don't taste the same, man. They don't taste the same. They suck. You have to bury them in mustard for them to taste halfway decent. There's nothing that beats the fresh ones, man. Nothing. Anyway, if money was no object, what's your dream guitar and amp? I would contact what's left of the Robin Corporation and pay them $3,000 to build me a Robin medley. As for an amp, top of the line Marshall half stack, probably. When I was a kid, I had Crate. Crate don't exist anymore. And Crate was certainly not top of the line back then. It was the most affordable thing you could get. But Crate was good. It wasn't great, but it was good. Probably the best amp I ever had was a Lee Jackson custom tube head, 120 watt, powering a PV half stack that had 4 Celestion speakers in it. That was probably the best amp I ever owned. Nowadays, I don't really need an amp because I don't perform. All I do is record stuff directly into my computer, so all I need is this foot pedal and an audio interface and a pair of headphones. The only reason that I would need an amp is if I wanted to roll it out onto my back porch every 4th of July and play the national anthem really loud. That's the only reason I'd need an amp. And I would do that because I can play the national anthem. Does Starfield make you jealous? Why would it make me jealous? I own a Series X. I've played like 75% of it and I got bored. Why would I be jealous of it? I have it for free. Because I'm paid up on Xbox, on Game Pass with, special deals. And then it reverts to paying it monthly after that. Trust me, I'm not jealous of anything Xbox has because I can play it whenever I choose to. I just don't choose to that often because most of it's garbage. Speaking of everything new every week to buy, General G always talked about being broke because there were so many games. Yeah. Mr. Africa 9.5, bitches. I still have Africa. It's sitting on my shelf right now. It's worth about $100, I think. No physical release for Alan Wake 2. Yeah! New subscriber, Queeball Aaron? Queeball Allen? Queebell Allen has subscribed. Queebell. Hi, Queebell. Thanks for subscribing. Alright, appreciate you. This generation has been nothing but remakes, remasters, and reboots of 360, PS3, Xbone, and PS4 games. You're not wrong. It's kind of depressing. And what's going on with Naughty Dog? Well, I'll tell you what's going on with Naughty Dog. Neil Druckmann happened to Naughty Dog. That's what happened. Because ever since he took over, Naughty Dog has been garbage. You could suck The Last of Us 2's EP all you want. That game was ass. And what did he do? He killed Uncharted, the best series they had. He killed that, And they went from making a game every 2 to 3 years to, they haven't had anything since The Last of Us Part 2, except for another re-release of The Last of Us. They've become The Last of Us Studio because Neil Druckmann's ego won't permit anything else. I hope The Last of Us series becomes super popular so that Neil Druckmann F's off to Hollywood and they get somebody that actually cares about games back running Naughty Dog. Because he sucks. He's into business for himself. Screw that guy. They've been on crunch ever since he took over. That man had no prior experience running a dev studio. None. And he's running the show. And people wonder why you don't hear anything out of Naughty Dog. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. A ghost of the former selves, thanks to him. I hate it when a game doesn't have an autosave function. Yeah, there's some like the game I'm playing now, the one that was a remake of a remaster of a PSP game. No autosave. You have to manually do it. I played it for an hour and got stuck on a piece of the geometry. Got stuck, couldn't move. No save. Lost the whole hour. Had to start over. Because I got stuck on a piece of geometry. Manual saves, no. Jollibee is originally from the Philippines. Now they have it in the US and Europe, I think. Oh, well, that would explain why I've never heard of it. I think the Sony hack was a nothing burger. They were supposedly going to release details on Thursday. Well, we'll find out. No physical release is probably the new norm. Probably. I would assume my 23 plus Samsung I just got didn't even come with a charger or a headphone jack. It's a rip-off, no adapts, no nothing. Africa is going for 140 complete. 40 more than when I previously checked it. Well, it's sitting on my shelf anyway. You know, it's a Pokemon Snap ripoff. It's not very good, but I own it. Hello, just got back from work. Well, good. Damn, I actually enjoy this generation. This year especially has had a decent amount of great games. There's been a few, but again, you know, I've got under 100 games going into 2.5 years of this generation. Well, going into 3 years of this generation now. It'll be 3 years in November. And I've got like 69 games in 3 years. You guys know me. That's way low. There just hasn't been anything enough worth buying, man. And I don't care. I don't care. I'm not paying $70 for a digital only game. I'm not paying $60. I'm not paying $50. No, I refuse. So no Baldur's Gate 3 for me. I'm not paying full retail for a digital copy where you're saving on printing the disc, saving on the paper, saving on the case, and you're not passing that savings on to me. No, screw you. Not doing it. Not playing your game. I'll play it when it's on Game Pass. Or PSN Premium. I'm not giving you money for that. If you don't care enough about me as a consumer to offer me a physical option, I ain't buying your crap. No matter how good it is. I'm taking a stand, damn it! Thoughts on Jim Ryan's retirement? I already explained that, Shadow. I'm not going to go into it again. You can watch the replay later. This so far has the worst racing games. For me, everything's been the worst racing game since they never came out with a Burnout Paradise 2. That's my all-time favorite racing game. And that's all I want from a racing game. I want Burnout Paradise 2. And the game that's come closest to that has been Forza Horizon 5, but it ain't the same. It ain't the same. 7th, do you think the PS Vita was underrated? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's got a fantastic library. I got a crap ton of them out on my shelf right now. It's totally worth having. We have 3 Vitas and all of them still work like a charm. Haven't had to replace the batteries on them or nothing. They all still work like a dream. No, Africa was not launch day. It was meant to be launch day, but it got delayed. It didn't come out till maybe 2 years after the PS3 came out, something like that. Came out in like 2009, 2010, something like that. What's the max price you would buy a digital game for? $29.99. I would not pay more than $29.99 for a digital game. Preferably $19.95 or under. But the highest I'd go is $29.99. Hey, 7th, Need for Speed versus Gran Turismo versus Midnight Club. Depends on the Need for Speed you're talking about. Because for a while there, Criterion, the company that did Burnout Paradise, was doing Need for Speed, and their games were structurally Burnout Paradise games, but they didn't have the humor in them. They didn't have DJ Atomica. They didn't have that kick-ass soundtrack, so they weren't as good. But still. Waiting Master Race for the win. I got most of my good old game collection games for under $15, except for Skyrim Anniversary. Again, I don't like buying digital. I really don't. And for the most part, unless it's something I'm really itching to play, I don't buy a game when it first comes out either. I wait a few months until I can get it for $20 off of GameFly. Unless it's something that I know is going to be a rare, it's a limited release, so it's eventually going to be rare and worth a lot of money. That's why I pre-ordered Godzilla for PS4, because I knew that there weren't going to be that many copies. and now it's sitting on my shelf and it's worth, what is it, $200 or $300? Same thing with Painkiller for PS3. It's worth like $300 or $400. I pre-ordered that one too. Even though I hate Painkiller, I knew it was going to be a rare, so I pre-ordered it. Hey, 7th, PSP versus DS and PS Vita versus 3DS. I'm not going to lie, I preferred the Sony ones both times. Even though there were great games on the DS and the 3DS, the DS had inferior graphics to the PSP, and the 3DS had inferior graphics to the Vita. They had bigger libraries, but most of it was crap I didn't want to play anyway. Bunch of kiddie garbage. I mean, there were some great games, great Castlevania games, and some great RPGs. But a lot of it was just kiddie-ware, shovelware shit that I wasn't going to want. I loved my Vita. I loved my PSP. I carried those things around with me everywhere. They were great to have at work. And I especially loved the Vita because then I could earn trophies at work. I was working third shift, nothing happening. I'd sit all night playing Vita and earning trophies. Loved it. Loved it. Will they make another Nier game? I would like to see that. Ridge Racer. I never was a big fan of Ridge Racer. I liked Need for Speed once it got onto the PS1. I liked Need for Speed 3 and forward. Need for Speed 3 was really good. Need for Speed 1 and 2 to me were dog shit. But once it got to Need for Speed 3, that's when I started to like that series. I loved Need for Speed 3 on the PS1. Never was a big fan of Ridge Racer because it was too bare bones. There wasn't enough to it. It just felt like, Namco's competition with Daytona USA. That's how bare bones it was. It was very feature light. Have you had any contact or know what Brodio is up to? I know he's a dad. I assume I have no idea. For a while there, his channel was all about vaping. And then he dropped off the face of the earth. Now, I know that on 2 previous occasions, he stopped making videos because his wife got onto him, thought it was stupid. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe she gave him an ultimatum, get off this stupid YouTube crap, and he did. I don't know. I have no idea. He dropped off the face of the earth in Dream 308 and a couple others, so I haven't heard from him. And the last time I heard anything out of Brodio was when he responded to that. He did that some kind of challenge. I can't remember what it was, but I didn't have the exact stuff that the eating challenge was for. And so instead of doing what he did, I used cupcake icing instead. And I did a response video to him, and him laughing at it was the last thing I ever heard from him. That was years ago. What your problem, 7th? You anti-Nintendo or something? No, I have... How could you think that I'm anti-Nintendo? How could you think I'm anti-Nintendo? Let me clue you into a little something there, son, since you're trying to troll. I have 435 NES carts. I have 56 Super Nintendo carts. Admittedly, I only have one game for N64 because N64 sucks. I don't have that many games for GameCube because GameCube is expensive. I have about 40 games for Wii, about 20 games for Wii U because most of their good games were ported to Switch anyway. And for Nintendo Switch, I've got about 50. Any other questions about Nintendo? When are you doing an eyes reveal? I don't have to do an eyes reveal. I've done videos where my eyes are visible. It's not that I don't want anyone to see my eyes. It's that I suffer from a rare form of astigmatism that makes it to where I get migraines real easy when exposed to bright light. And so these are prescription. These are not sunglasses. They're actual glasses. I mean, look at how thick the lenses are. You could tell. See, look at there. Look. There's my eyes. Oh my God. They're blue. I just can't keep my eyes in bright light like that because it's like, being in a well-lit room without these is like just having nails driven right into my eye sockets. It hurts. And eventually, I start seeing auras around everything. And the next thing I know, I have a migraine, and it takes me out of commission for a day or two. So, it was either corrective surgery that had a good chance of making me blind, or getting on medication that would, make me a lethargic, even less energetic person than I already am, or wearing shades for the rest of my life. 8th suffers from the same condition. He got diagnosed with it earlier this year. So now 8th wears shades everywhere too. Only he doesn't like this style of glasses that I wear. His are more like aviators. They're big. They're like this. But I will say he can go without his glasses longer than me because, he's 20 years old, so he's not having to deal with this with, multiple decade-old eyes. So he can sit in the game room in the daytime as long as none of the overhead lights are on, and he can play a game for a little while. But then eventually he has to put his glasses on because he starts to see the auras, and when he starts to see the auras, he knows he's about 20 or 30 minutes away from a migraine, and he puts his shades on. Is what it is. Yeah, Brodio's wife was a nightmare. I remember hearing her over Skype in the middle of the night when he was too loud. She would bark him offline. Well, there you go. Was the Toke 64 stuff that serious, or was he acting? No, he legit got pissed off. Legit got pissed off. He got mad. He was in here earlier when the stream first started. He was in here. He and I are good now, but early on he got, as he's put it, psychotically upset. Come on, camera. Focus, camera. There you go. Lord help. Will there be any instance where you unretire from a video game genre and play that genre of gaming? That being said, Mortal Kombat... probably not, no. Once I lose interest in a genre, it takes a lot for me to come back to it. Like, I haven't played, professional sports games in forever. Forever. Been a long-ass time, because they just got to be terrible, and I didn't want to play them anymore. What, you don't have Superman 64? I used to have it, but I don't have it anymore. I'll eventually have it again because it seems like N64 games are actually starting to go down in price. So, I might pick up some the next time I'm at Retropalooza. Maybe. From 8th, just stop. Just stop what? Just stop what? What'd I do? What'd I do? Wife, did she hit him with a frying? I don't know, but there was some kind of abuse going on there. I ain't the only one that noticed it. Poor old Brodio. Do you wish YouTube went back to its roots? Absolutely. YouTube was way more fun back in 2000 2009 to 2015. It was awesome. And the first 3 months of 2016 were awesome. I was firing on all cylinders, baby. Every video I put out was hitting 20,000 or more. I was doing good in 2016. And then the adpocalypse happened. And I switched from TGN to Screenwave, and my channel hasn't recovered since. 8-Bit Eric he convinced me to switch over to Screenwave, and I did. And I started doing the 7thCast on a regular basis right around that same time. My views started going to shit. My subscriptions started going to shit. And then a year later, Screenwave dropped me. So now I don't get as good of a CPM either. Is Little Samson a good game? Little Samson's an excellent game. It's not $3,000 excellent, but, you know, it's at least as good as Mega Man 2. But I wouldn't pay $3,000 for it. I'm probably never going to buy Little Samson. I will most likely buy a repro card of it, just so I can have it sort of on the shelf. I put Shadow in timeout. I didn't even see what he said. Shadow Deist? Shadow can get kind of trollish from time to time. Did you say what your wrestling Mount Rushmore was? No, because I don't have one. I don't do the stupid Mount Rushmore meme. I think it's freaking dumb. No offense to you. Shadow was a naughty troll. He's like Beaver Boys, just with a sleeker style. Oh, not Shadow Deist, a different Shadow, I guess. Because Shadow Deist is still there. Shadow Hood. Oh, yeah, Shadow Hood comes in here and trolls all the time. I ought to just ban him, but, you know, every now and again, I find it amusing to let him try. He said I was faking a disability. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I mean, I can show y'all the prescription if y'all want. 8th, am I lying? You have the same medical condition I do. Am I lying about what our eye condition is like? I passed it down to him via my genetically damaged sperm. So, you know, he gets it from me. Nobody else in my family has it. I'm the only one that does, except for now 8th. But if I'm lying, I'm dying. Ask 8th. He's in here. He'll tell you what it's like. So are the shades really just a way of containing your mutant self-destructive aura vision? Can you see through clothes? No. No, I can't see through clothes. Can't see through anything, really. It's especially bad driving at night. Driving at night is terrible for me. Because I can't wear these because they're too dark. You know, I have a regular pair of glasses that are strictly only for when I'm driving at night. And, you know, it's just like having... It's like the closing credits of Buck Rogers, where you've got these giant balls of light coming at your face. You know, that's what driving at night for me is, because every light source becomes this halo-enshrouded aura of, you know, killing my eye sockets light coming at me constantly. So I avoid driving at night in any way possible. That's one of the reasons... One of several reasons why I don't stay to help load up the truck at Retropalooza like I used to. We on Sundays we'd stay till 5, and then we'd stay another 2 hours helping them load up the truck, and then we'd drive home in the dark, get home around 10 o'clock. I don't do that anymore because my condition is deteriorated to the point where driving at night is just a nightmare for me. Scares me half to death, because if there's too many drivers on the road, it can make it very difficult for me to properly see the road, because it's blinding me and it's causing the pain to come. Eighth doesn't even drive yet, and if I'm driving him home from work, he puts the shades on at night because the lights hurt him too damn much. Oh, I thought you had it in both eyes. You've only got it in one eye? Same degenerative eye condition where the lens is becoming conical over time. What they told me was this, I know you additionally have this degenerative cornea thing, or the lens. Mine is just the really weird mutated astigmatism that you also have. So technically, Eighth has a worse condition than me. It's just that he's young, so it doesn't affect him on the level that my astigmatism affects me. But he also has to wear shades because of the bright light shit. Heard from Solid Rev. The last thing I heard from Solid Rev was that he didn't mind me doing the Trey for Life show. That's pretty much it. 7th, do cops get mad at your shades if and when they pull you? I haven't been pulled over since like the first year I was in North Carolina. I got pulled over for an expired license plate. That was it. Oh yeah, the LED lights they put on cars now, they're blinding, especially for someone like me. I have keratoconus. It's an eye disease. Got it in both eyes. Did 7th really give his thoughts on Jim leaving? Yes, I did. You can watch it on the replay when the replay goes live. Have to go. Good night. Bye, QB. Dudes where I'm at love using the high beams. Yeah, that happens a lot here in Texas, too. 7th and 8th, I bet you look like the men in black with the shades. I hear from all corners of the internet that people should only have the essential tier of PS Plus. Should I lower my subscription? I'm not really using premium that much, to be honest with you. There hasn't been, because I'm not happy with the selection of PS1, PS2, and PS3 games on it. So I really should lower it down to essential. I just haven't bothered. Yeah, I have astigmatism in both, but in the right eye I have a degenerative. Yeah, so see, 8th is technically worse off than me, but he's way younger than me, so he doesn't have as much wear and tear on the old eyeballs as I have. So he in the short term, he doesn't suffer from it as badly as I do, but he didn't get the degenerative lens thing from me, but he gets the astigmatism from me. Doesn't it really mess with you if you play virtual reality games with a headset? If I play... For one thing, I never play virtual reality because the headsets never come out of 8th's room. But if I did, I would take these off and I would put my night driving glasses on so there wouldn't be the dark shade. And I can play them for maybe 30 minutes before it starts to mess with me, and then I have to I have to turn it off, put my shades back on. I can't play them long term because the brightness of it starts to get to me. I don't have eye problems like that, and even then LEDs make it a bitch to drive at night. Ever ripped malt liquor before? Favorite 40? No, I don't really do malt liquor. I do straight liquor. I never even was a beer person. I was a bourbon, Jack Daniels, Bacardi 151 kind of guy. And every now and again, the closest to malt liquor I ever got was I liked Jack Daniels Blackjack Cola, a hard cola. Mike's Hard Lemonade, that kind of thing. I drink those when I just wanted a taste of alcohol, not really trying to get lit or anything, because I'd have to drink 2 or 3 6-packs before I'd even get a buzz on that stuff. I have the extra tier and I changed my payment to monthly rather than annual. I might do that eventually. I don't know. Do you think Vader should have had a better wrestling career in the WWE? Yeah, Vader was good. Vader was good. I liked Vader. 7th, do you think Men in Black should do a crossover with Star? No, that's stupid. Wait, before I go, I saw a trailer for a Will Smith Green Lantern movie. That's got to be fake, man. I think you saw a fake trailer. You got to realize there's a lot of those on YouTube. Do you remember that Red Coat Feral Instincts from UK on... Not really. I have a vague memory of someone called Feral Instincts. The main two British guys that I remember was a buddy of mine whose screen name was Astute Class. And he was really cool. He was a PS3 guy. And then there was a British Xbox guy. This was during the first year of the Trey Brotherhood. And his screen name was Your Mum's My Ride. Your Mum's My Ride. That was his screen name. I couldn't find any of his videos. His channel's long gone. And oh wait, there was another. I'm not sure if he was British or if he was Australian. That Jay Moore or Jason Moore. The guy that you could tell he hit the gym a lot, but he only worked out his arms because he was kind of pasty everywhere else, but had big biceps. So he looked kind of funny. I'm not sure if he was British or Australian, though, but I guess he counts in that list, sort of. Is it true that Solid Rev wears diaper? Where did you hear that? Where do y'all come up with this bullshit? Come on, man. Attitude era or ruthless aggression era? I kind of want to lean towards ruthless aggression because some of the stuff in the Attitude Era was just too damn stupid. Like Mae Young giving birth to a hand and stupid crap like that. Just dumb. 7th, is it true that scientists are working on virtual immortality? Well, it's not real immortality. It's a computer simulation of you, so it's bullshit. I don't know why anyone would, it's not like you're going to die and then wake up and you're in the computer. It's not literally going to be you. They can't transfer your soul into a computer. It's an AI simulation of you so that your family members can pretend to have a conversation with you. It's trash. It's garbage. Do I remember Pervy Sage? Yes. He's still around. He just doesn't make videos on YouTube anymore. In fact, he commented on one of my videos not too long ago. And I want to say he messaged me on Twitter recently. But he doesn't make videos anymore. He just lurks. I'm going to take you to P.F. Chang's and then spray mustard and stuff. Yeah. Pervy Sage. I remember that French-Canadian dude, Steve Smith 26. I used to have a Steve Smith that would come in here along with a guy named Smith Smithy, which Smith Smithy still shows up every now and again. Steve Smith hasn't been in here for a long time. Don't know if it was the same guy or not. It takes 2 to 3 6-packs of Mike to get you buzzed. It only takes me like 4. Yeah, I have to go to when it comes to the malt liquor stuff or the hard sodas, it takes me bottles and bottles of that to get buzzed, much less drunk. Like I can sit and pound back like 5 or 6 Four Horsemen and not even feel buzzy. Yeah, I'll be perfectly fine because I have an extremely high tolerance. That's another reason why I quit drinking. I was never an alcoholic or anything like that, but even before I got on this medication and they told me I needed to stop, I was thinking of doing it anyway because I have such a high tolerance that getting drunk can sneak up on me. I can accidentally give myself alcohol poisoning just trying to get buzzed, much less drunk, because of how high my tolerance is. The Jason Moore guy was awesome. Did you see his 2011 PSN down? I don't remember if I saw it or not. A lot of his content is gone too. Some of his videos is still up, but most of them are gone. Do you think Vince McMahon should have retired a long time ago? Yes. By the way, $1 hour remaining. We've had $12 in donations. Thank you, thank you. 1 hour remaining. Your memory of the Trey Brotherhood era is amazing. How do you find the older videos? I just do a lot of Google searching and search for, like Solid Rev Archive, El Presidor Archive. And then if I don't find the video I want, I'll go down and look in their favorites. Or I'll go down and look at all the other channels they subscribe to, and I'll go into those channels one at a time and look to see what videos they have and what they favorited and who they're subscribed to. It took forever to find what I did find. I feel fortunate that I found as much as I did, because most of the stuff is just gone. Like aside from that one little tiny clip of him going, my dick is long. There's nothing left of GTA 4 aside from a couple of, what's his name? Champloo. A couple of Champloo's PSN chats. And even then, he doesn't talk very much. He's mostly just, like, sitting in front of the camera listening to everybody else. Do you think we'll ever go back to the ruthless aggression era? I highly doubt it. I miss Pervy Sage's old Broken Games HD troll videos. So a lot of his videos, I love the ones he did on me. I thought they were hilarious. I never understood why he put me in a pink shirt every time, but they were funny. 7th, is it true that some people are born with immune systems to all kinds of disease? I don't know. I don't know. I think my immune system is the way it is because, I spent my childhood running around in the woods and getting exposed to all kinds of stuff. Parents are overprotective nowadays, so their kids don't build up good immune systems when they're young. But even then, when I had the whole leukemia thing as a child, that hit my immune system pretty hard, and so there was a period there in my youth where I was constantly getting sick. It's like I was always getting strep throat, ear infections, the flu, every kind of common cold imaginable, But now, at 48 years of age, I rarely ever get like an infection or a virus or anything like that. It's very rare. It's very rare. I mean, we're going on 4 years of the pandemic. I haven't caught it once. Or at least if I did catch it, it was so mild that I wasn't even aware I was sick. I couldn't tell you I haven't had the flu in a long time. I haven't had a cold in a long time. I haven't had strep throat since I had my tonsils out when I was like 34. Damn, that wasn't on good. Mouthpiece fell off. Didn't have it screwed on right. Hey, 7th, why'd you cut your beard? I didn't cut it, I just trimmed it. That's all. It was getting too bushy. I temporarily grew a full beard so I could do that scene for the Game Chasers movie. Because I was trying to make myself look as redneck as possible, so I grew out this thick bush of a beard. I've never liked having a full beard. It's too itchy. I like a trim goatee. That's all I've ever liked. Thoughts on Tupac's killer being arrested? Well, it's about damn time. I mean, he admitted to it multiple times, so I don't know why it took so long to arrest him. What's the name of the 5th Ninja Turtle? I don't know. Isn't it like a female? Isn't it like a girl turtle? I don't know. Are you going to play Callisto Protocol when it becomes a free PS Plus. I don't need it free. I already have it. It's sitting on my shelf. 8th beat it. I haven't played it because I'm not that big into the survival horror genre. I haven't bought the remake of Dead Space either. I was an OG El Presidor fan. I remember the old Dodge Charger he used to have in his PS3. Oh, yeah, that silver Charger. Yeah, I remember it. I'm surprised you found any Hooge videos. Yeah, I found some. Luckily, some of his multiple sock accounts still existed. So after doing some digging, I happened across those and took what I needed. Pervy Sage sure wasn't nice to Black Bond and Humpmaster with those barn videos with the animals on that animation video. Yep, I remember. Are you picking up Star Ocean Second Story remake? I might. I'm not sure. Hey, 7th, Saddam Hussein versus Osama bin Laden. Who was worse? Osama bin Laden. At least to the U.S. I'm not factoring in how bad Saddam was to his own people. How much money did you make on YouTube? I don't know a total amount. Not much. Not a whole lot. Less than, I think in total, less than $10,000. Not a whole lot. Most I ever made on a single video was the one that broke 1 million views, and I only got maybe 1,500 off of that. Because it wasn't 1.2 million views right up front. You know, it hit 1 million after maybe 6 months, something like that. Seventh, did you hate Charlie and the Chocolate Factory 2005? No. Wasn't the 5th turtle named Jenica, girl turtle in the comics? Or something? I have no idea. I don't read the comics, and I don't watch any of the new shows. To be honest with you, I haven't really cared about turtles that much ever since the first Jim Henson movie. I've pretty much not liked anything since. I mean, there were bits and pieces of the Michael Bay turtle movies that I liked, small little nuggets of them. But, and this newest one, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. This Seth Rogen animated one, me and 8th watched it the other day. It had some funny moments in it. Weird soundtrack. But, I didn't hate it. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I didn't hate it. Me and 8th had a good time watching it. How did you find Hooge content? I can't find anything. What did you type in? I searched for Hooge 1 and Water Buffalo. And I found his sock accounts by just following the trail of subscribed accounts. And one of his sock accounts was called like Xeris19XX, like XX Xeris19XX, something like that. And I found that one because it was listed as one of his sock accounts in an old Black Bond video where it was showing his video comments. And so I looked that channel up, and it was still there. I don't have that many of his. I have, very, very small handful. One of the ones I have is the one where he dressed up in a suit to try to prove to everybody how normal he was. Thoughts on modern day graphic novel video? I don't get into them. Hey, 7th, do you think Johnny Depp would have made a good Joker? I don't know. I don't know about that. You're going to think I'm crazy, but you know who I would have loved to have seen play the Joker? 90s era Nicolas Cage. Oh, how fun that would have been. Like, face-off era Nicolas Cage as the Joker. Holy shit. That would have been epic. Have you gone to Buc-ee's? Yes, we've been to Buc-ee's. That's where I got this hat. Are you going to play Forza 8? Probably not. I like Forza Horizon, okay? I don't like the mainline Forza series. Favorite horror franchise and film out of Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Scream. Out of those, my favorite series is Nightmare on Elm Street. My favorite film from Nightmare on Elm Street would be either the first or the third film. Although, out of all of those, even though I say Nightmare on Elm Street is my favorite series, my favorite movie out of all of those would probably be Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, because I love me some Chop Top. 7th, do you think Jim Carrey would have been a better Deadpool? No. How do you feel about Cormac McCarthy as a... I don't know who that is. 7th, do you think Jim... What's with all the Jim Carrey? Jim Carrey is good in Jim Carrey movies. I don't think he does very good as licensed characters, except for maybe Dr. Robotnik and The Mask. Everything... I mean, he was a terrible Riddler. He was terrible. He wasn't the Riddler. He was Jim Carrey in a Riddler costume. He was a terrible Riddler. Sucked. I'm going to be honest. I much preferred Riddler in Gotham than I did his Riddler. I'm just saying. And I didn't particularly like Gotham all that much. I never have been a huge fan of Child's Play. Is the new Flash movie as good as everyone says? I don't think so. It's okay. It's not the worst superhero movie I've seen. It's not the best. It has good moments and it has really crappy moments. Cormac McCarthy did No Country for Old Men in the Road. I don't have any feelings about him one way or the other. Did you like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake that had Jessica Biel in it? No. The only Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies I like are the first one and the second one. The rest of them are garbage. Willem Dafoe would have made a good Joker, but then again, that would have been typecasting for him since he also made a perfect Green Goblin. So, did you like Smallville? No. What's the best Batman film? For me, it's the Nolan trilogy. They almost succeeded with The Batman, but a lot of The Batman was the boring. Because they wanted to make it like Seven or Silence of the Lambs, but they were too afraid to do a hard R Batman movie. And so it just felt watered down and boring in a lot of parts. A lot of that has to do with them shoehorning Catwoman into it. You could remove the Catwoman subplot out of that, and it wouldn't affect the plot hardly at all. That shows you what how the quality of the writing in the Batman was. It had potential, but they squandered it. It's fun to watch the first time, but it doesn't hold up to repeat viewings. No, I never liked the Leprechaun films. Did you watch the Incredible Hulk series? Yes, I did as a kid. Loved it as a kid. I even liked some of the Hulk TV movies. A couple of them, anyway. I liked the one that had Daredevil in it, and I liked the one that had Thor in it. We got 45 minutes left, folks. 45 minutes. Get your questions in, ladies and gentlemen. Get your questions in. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. Why didn't you like Child's Play? I just didn't like it all that much. It's a series that got... It went the Nightmare on Elm Street route. It got dumber with every iteration. I mean, Nightmare stopped being good at the third one. That was the last decent one, and even it got kind of corny. This is your big break in TV. And Child's Play followed that same route. You know, no Child's Play past the third one was worth watching. And that reboot, I mean, I love Mark Hamill, but that reboot was just, no. What flavor is, well, not nicotine. What flavor is the vape? Mint menthol. Tastes kind of like, you remember those throat lozenges that they had back in the 90s that were called Nice, where you put it on your tongue and it felt like ice cold water was pouring down your throat? That's what this feels like. 7th, do you remember the gaming dwarf? Yes, I have several of El Presidor's gaming dwarf videos. Do you think there'll be another Ratchet game this gen? I kind of doubt it. Do you like the Saw movies? I don't like any of the Saw movies that take place after Jigsaw dies. Because once he was dead, that should have been the end of it. These, this was an acolyte of his. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's the same thing with the Scream films. I don't like any of the Scream films past the first one because it's all people pretending to be those original two killers that everyone knows is dead. It's dumb. It's really dumb. If you can't keep the original killers alive, what's the point? It's like a whole series of movies that's Friday the 13th Part 5, where it's a guy pretending to be Jason. It sucks. Yeah, well, Fat Gamer, we already know, is not mentally competent, Shadow Diaz, so that's not saying much. Do you think mint... I'm not a fan of mint ice cream, no. Do you watch documentaries? I watch a lot of documentaries. 8th can tell you, every time I start to watch a documentary, he gets up and leaves the room. Scream should have stopped after the first. Exactly. 7th, forgive me for being out of the loop on this, but what seems to be the problem with the current state of Marvel Cinematic Universe? It sucks. It sucks. It's absolutely terrible. The only good movie they've put out after Endgame was No Way Home. That's it. Everything else was mediocre at best. Out of everything they've put out, the only ones that were decent were Guardians 3 and small sections of Multiverse of Madness and some parts of what's his name? The Kung Fu guy. Shang-Chi or whatever. Some of it was decent. The rest of it's been trash. Absolute trash. Everything's got to be a message now, and it's just ruined the whole series. And Ant-Man 3 was a joke. Oh, God, it was a joke. Do you think Scream should have got a... No. I think, for the most part, prequels are stupid. And when it comes to horror. 7th, do you like Conspiracy Theory with Jesse No, it's stupid. I don't watch it. I watched one episode of it, and that was enough for me. I didn't even finish it. I watched maybe 15 minutes of it. And I'm like, this guy's on crack, and I turned it off. Do you think Indiana Jones should have ended with the trilogy? Yes. The Last Crusade should have been the last film. It literally showed them riding off in the sunset. What better ending could you have? What's the best documentaries you've seen recently? I'm looking for something to watch. Trey for Life. Especially since, the viewership has dropped off the last 3 episodes. I don't know what's going on, but the first 3 episodes were getting mad, relatively mad views for what I get these days. And then the most recent 3 episodes have dropped off. I don't know what's going on. But as far as documentaries, I watch stuff, all sorts of different stuff. Historical figures, 9/11, none of the conspiracy theory stuff. The documentaries about serial killers, just a wide range. Documentaries about musicians. I don't have any if you haven't seen it already, watch the documentary called A Band Called Death. It's about this black punk rock band that existed before punk rock existed. It's free on YouTube. It's called A Band Called Death. Go watch it. Eighth has already platted Lies of P, Living Legend. I have not played it. I've just watched him play it. Seventh, did you like the Little Rascals 1998? No, I did not. I barely liked the original Little Rascals when I was a kid. I preferred the Three Stooges. Did you like the Last of Us show at all? I watched the first episode and I haven't been back since. Did you see that Asian McDonald's ad that had everyone up in a fake uproar? I saw a still shot of it. I haven't seen the actual ad. Well, this guy on crack. You crack me up, Seven. Well, is what it is. What makes Texas Chainsaw 2 better than the original in your opinion? It's more fun. It's more fun. It had more interesting characters. It actually took the time to really build character in it. You cared about Stretch. You cared about the Texas Ranger. You liked Chop Top. You liked Sawyer. You liked, Leatherface. They were just more interesting. They built characters and made you, engage with them. And, I like horror comedy, and that's certainly what it was a horror comedy. Some people didn't like it for that reason. I thought it was great. I liked it on the same level that I like Evil Dead 2 and 3. How do you think the Switch 2 will be in terms of features and power? I don't know. I've heard some rumors that it's going to be PS5 level, and I've heard some that it's going to be moderately like PS4 Pro. I don't know. I don't much care, to be honest. What is a modern show you recommend? One Piece. I like One Piece. I like Stranger Things. Stranger Things is okay. I like that pro wrestling. I like the documentary on Netflix, but I like that show on Stars that's called Heels. That's about a local indie wrestling federation. I like it. It's fun. But I don't have Stars anymore, so I can't watch the new season of it. I stopped paying for Stars because it didn't have enough stuff on it that warranted paying for it anymore. Funny you were mentioning music documentaries. I was about to watch Dio, Dreams Never Die. I'll check out A Band Called Death, though. Cheers. It's good. You'll like it. Still don't like Oh No It's Alex. Too much PlayStation hate. Only goes after PS side. I'm sure if there was an Xbot out there that said something really stupid that he knew he could get a reply from, because, guys like Mooch and Tim Dog and Colt Eastwood, they pretend that there's no such thing as criticism towards their channels. If there was an Xbot that was actually responding to people criticizing them, I guarantee you Alex would be all over it. It's just that in the current state of the console war, the PlayStation guys are the only ones who respond. Do you like Halloween 2? It's time Michael loved that ending. No, I didn't like Halloween 2. I only like the original Halloween film. Are you a fan of Jeepers Creepers? I was till I found out its writer and director was a pedo. Did you listen to KMFDM when I never got into that band. Thoughts on Halloween 3? You already know. The only thing I like about Halloween 3 is that song. 4 more days to Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. 4 more days to Halloween, Silver Shamrock. Do 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 do. That I liked. But otherwise, I don't really care for that movie. Michael Myers or Leatherface? I kind of like Michael Myers better. As far as Michael Myers in the first movie, where there's no freaking explanation for why he is what he is. He just is. He's just evil in a body. That's what I like. No explanation, no backstory, just evil in a body. Jeepers Creepers has a very nasty underlying theme from the director's dark personal history. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, I used to like movies of his. I liked Jeepers Creepers, didn't care for any of the sequels. I kind of dug that movie from the 90s, Powder, until I found out what he was. And then that put a whole other put a whole other sub vibe, for lack of a better word, to that movie. And now I watched it maybe 6 months ago. And it was the first time I'd watched it in like 20 years. And the parts of it that I liked back then when I saw it, I still liked those parts, but I felt dirty watching it because I knew who wrote it and directed it. Otherwise, that's a great film. But I feel uncomfortable watching it now because I know what the guy is. Hey, 7th, is Mooch and Tim Dog still around? Tim Dog is. I don't know if he makes videos. He's mostly on Twitter as far as I know. I have no idea about Mooch. I don't keep up with those idiots. Not saying Tim is an idiot. But Tim refuses to accept that he's a fanboy when he so clearly is. And so he has stopped talking to me because I was pointing out his fanboyism and he didn't like it. And so he stopped talking to me. He pretends that I don't exist. Thoughts on Resident Evil 4 Remake DLC integrating a scene from the first Resident Evil film? I think that's the first time that ever happened in a gaming franchise. Probably, yeah. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any other example of that. Why do you think the PS guys are the only ones who respond these days? Because the Xbox guys don't care about trolling or console war stuff. They care about building hug boxes and using that to gain influence with the developers, the publishers, the executives, so they can fly out to Redmond and get free shit. That's all they care about. They're treating it like a business. Haha, that song is so you and the trolling. Yes, it is. 2 more days to Halloween, Silver Shamrock. I would totally walk around in a mall, like on Halloween, and just like walk up to strangers and start singing that, like really slowly and kind of. 3 more days to Halloween, Silver Shamrock. I would totally do that. I'd like do that to strangers in an elevator. Get on an elevator with them, like in some skyscraper that's going to take, a couple of minutes to get to where they're going. And I just start singing it in the back, move to the back of the elevator, stand in the corner, and just look at everybody like this. And I'd be like, 3 more days to Halloween, Silver Shamrock. I'd totally do that just to fuck with people. Just to mess with people. I said a wordy dird. Triple H is a heel or a face. Don't care either way. Not a fan of Triple H. 7th, is Crap Gamer an alpha male? He's barely a male of any kind. Did you like Kratos' transition from edgelord to dad of war? It was alright. It was okay. I understood it. I mean, there was only so much that you could do with that character after he had killed everyone he was angry at. All those Xbots seem to think they aren't fanboys and that everyone they don't like is... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Fanboyism for thee, but not for me. Seventh, do you remember the Exposed song? Oh, from Omega Loser. Yes. Zaire Stike still loves making silly Sony pony videos. I thought he had turned to pro Sony at some point. I thought he had flipped because he wasn't getting any attention or love from the Xbots anymore. I thought he had gone the Crap Gamer route and flipped over to Sony. Although Crap Gamer did a double flip and flipped back to Xbox. Wonder how he's thinking about that now. A lot of dudes like Jez, Tom Warren, Tim Dog are in denial about being fanboys. Is Jez pro Sony? I can't remember. I don't watch any of these guys. I think they all suck. Nobody's fun anymore. Nobody's entertaining anymore. I think Alex is funny because he does the kind of stuff we used to do. To a certain extent. He doesn't do the skits like we used to do, but... Seventh, why did people say the Sony fans were the most hypocritical? I have no idea. Because it sounds good on camera? I don't know. Do you like any Ari Aster films? Hereditary, I liked Hereditary. I hated Midsummer. Midsummer was garbage. Why aren't you a fan of Triple H? Because I just think he's average. I think he's a guy that didn't really have top-level talent that, humped the daughter until he worked his way up to the top. I dropped my vape unit. If it wasn't for him marrying Stephanie, I don't think his career ever would have recovered fully from the curtain call. He just wasn't. He wasn't all that, guys. He was average. He wasn't that good. And the only time that he was good was when he had Shawn Michaels to play off of. Thoughts on Tom Green's short-lived music career? I never heard any of his music. I was only familiar with his show and Freddie Got Fingered. Jez Corden, the gaming journalist. I don't know who that is. I don't follow journalists either. Seventh, were you a fan of Shawn Michaels? No, I was more of a Bret Hart guy. Time to open bottle number 2. The sledgehammer was bad news. What would you want a new PlayStation CEO to do if you care? Stop trying to compete with Call of Duty. It's not going to happen. Stay focused on big AAA first-party games, but broaden the horizons. Let's have a top-tier first-party racing game besides Gran Turismo. Where is Sony's equivalent of Forza Horizons? Let's have a Gran Turismo arcade or something. Where's your big Western-style RPG? Where's your first-party JRPG? Where's your first-party strategy games? Let's expand the genres instead of just all of it being third-party sandbox adventure games, which I love that genre, but let's have a little variety. Used to, you had all sorts of different things that Sony was putting out, and that's not the case anymore. And if you're not willing to come up with your own original JRPG series, buy Square and take over Final Fantasy and make it exclusive. Something. Yeah, I wish they would bring back Legend of Dragoon. Personally. Sony doesn't have an answer to Zelda. Let's make one. Closest thing they have to that's an answer to Zelda is the Horizon series, and it's not really, but it's the closest thing they have to it. Let's have an exclusive Souls-like besides Bloodborne. but first party. Seventh, did you like the Dudley Boys? They're okay. In your opinion, why wasn't Roddy Piper given the opportunity to compete in many matches during his prime in the WWF? Well, he competed in a lot of matches. He just never had the World Championship put around his waist, and it was really because he didn't need it. He didn't need a belt to get over. And the only reason that he had the Intercontinental belt was so it would mean more when Bret Hart got it. That was the only reason Roddy had the Intercontinental belt, was to make it look better for Hart when he took it off of him. How's your sleep schedule? Not good at all. I'm lucky if I get 5 hours. Do you like Judgment Day? What, Terminator 2? Gonna have to be more specific there. Wait a minute. Magic powers. Do you think PlayStation would survive without their own Call of Duty? Yes. I mean, they haven't had their own first-party shooter in years. Yes, they were making a lot of revenue off of Call of Duty, but they can make revenue off of other things. Seventh, who would win? Kratos versus Link. Kratos would kill Link. It wouldn't be much of a contest. Is Legend of Dragoon good? Yes, I like it. Bond is an idiot. When it comes to that, anyway. Seventh, does gaming seem a little dry right now? Absolutely. No, wrestling. I don't know what you're referring to with Judgment Day when it comes to wrestling. Do you and Eighth have any tattoos? Yes, Eighth has 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have 4. So we currently have the same number of tattoos. Eighths are more visible because mine are all on my upper arms and on my back. His are all on his forearms and on his hands. He's got 2 on his hand. No, he's got 5. He's got 2 on his hands. He's got 2 on his he's got 1 on this forearm, 1 on this forearm, and then 1 on the underside of this forearm. So he has 5. He has 1 more than me now. I forgot about that. I forgot about the little Minecraft frog or whatever it is that he got on one of his hands. He's got a Norse thing on the underside of this arm, and then he has a Adventure Time character on this forearm. Then he has a Silent Hill tattoo here. And on the back of this hand, he's got like a Minecraft frog thing. And then on this hand, he has the little plastic fetus from Death Stranding on here. He has BB on here. They Live film feels more like a real life nowadays. You're not wrong. So does Demolition Man. Thoughts on the new Like a Dragon game? Haven't seen it. You know, I played an hour of the first one and got distracted and went to something else. Yeah, I haven't watched wrestling regularly in years. Years. You know, I keep up with I keep up with some of the news, like, you know, this recent thing with CM Punk. But for the most part, I haven't watched wrestling in a long time. And the last time I saw a live event was in 2016 because Eighth really wanted to see a WWE Raw live. So in 2016, like the December before we moved to Texas, I got us tickets and we went to see Raw live in Charlotte, North Carolina. Eighth, original Dog Man. Eighth is 20 now. He'll be 21 early next year. Do you think PlayStation will do anything differently once Jim leaves? We'll see. Have you ever played Darkwood? No. I remember that little boy. Yeah, he's not that little boy anymore. Grown man with a beard and tattoos. 7th, do you like the Matrix Revolutions ending? No. Was Death Stranding a popular game in your household? I still haven't even played it. 8th platted it, I think. He really liked it. 7th, do you think the live film should have gotten a sequel? Live film of what? Oh, They Live. Do you think They Live should have gotten a sequel? No. It's perfect the way it was. They just ruined it with a sequel. Hi, Chris. I stopped watching around the Chris Benoit incident. I watched a little bit past that, but not much. I mostly stopped when WCW got bought. That's mostly when I stopped. I watched it for a little bit after that, but not a tremendous amount. Ever been in a school fight? I was in lots of school fights. Never started them, but I always finished them. Not much, Chris. Same old, same old. iPhone or Android? I have an Android. I don't like iPhone. Thoughts on Toomba 2? I never played Toomba 2. I only played the first one. Or Tomba, or however you want to pronounce it. High five for life. Hey, OG Dogman, are you still putting camcorders under your bed? Oh. Who was it that made a video that was in the dark of dude getting nasty with his wife because he wanted to prove that he got laid? Can't remember who it was, but you couldn't see anything. All you could do was hear what was going on, and so you could hear thighs slapping and you could hear moaning and stuff. Who was it that did that? I can't remember. Yeah, I've lost a little bit of weight, not as much as I'd like to. Nice cap, Captain. Yeah. Haven't lost as much weight as I would like. I'd like to at least get down to 200 pounds. Preferably 185. 200 is my goal. I've still got a long ways to go. Thoughts on people who dislike you and gossip behind your back? Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. My self-worth is not determined by what you think of me. Never has been. Would you consider the Wii U and the Xbox One failures? Yes. Can't be worse than Hump in the hotel room with the Asian lady saying exposed and doing Eminem handshakes. Yeah, I remember that too. Yep, he's 20, dog man. That's another thing is I regret that I don't have more of the videos I made with 8th. Like, I remember I made a video where he was dressed up as Iron Man and I was like, I was wearing an Optimus Prime mask, but I was the bad guy and he beats the crap out of me. I don't have that video anymore. I don't have any of... I have a couple of his game review videos that he did. Like, I've got where he did A Boy and His Blob, and I've got where he did Kung Fu Panda, and I've got a couple of the 7th Owns videos where he and I earned a plat in a Lego game together. And then I have that video where I pretend that I'm turning on my Xbox 360 for the first time, and it drives me insane, and he has to knock me out. He's like... Look what you did to my dad, you weebles. I have that video, but I don't have a lot of the other ones that he and I made because a lot of that stuff I had backed up on my laptop, and that laptop was one of the things that got stolen when my house was broken into in 2010. So some of my original videos I don't have anymore. Like I don't have the Last Nail in the Coffin of Hate video that I did on Truth Setting You Free. Everyone still remembers it, but I don't have it anymore. All I have are videos of people bowing to me after I put that video out. Like I've got a video from Console Truth like kissing my backside over how great he thought that video was, but I don't have the actual video anymore. My little boy is now a grown man stationed in New York. Yeah. They grow up before you know it, man. It's one of the worst parts of being a dad, because you look at them and they're a grown man, but you're still seeing that little kid when you look at them in certain respects. Do you miss Satoru? No. No, I didn't know the man. Why would I miss him? He wasn't my uncle. Come on. What was great about PS4 besides the marketing and the same walk forward, press X, first party movie game? Sea of Thieves was more fun. Tell me I'm wrong. You're wrong. You're forgetting that Sea of Thieves sucked ass when it first came out. It took forever for that game to get good. God of War was good right out of the gate. Spider-Man was good right out of the gate. Ghost of Tsushima was great right out of the gate. All the Japanese RPGs that y'all didn't get were good right out of the gate. Don't be ass hurt, son, and don't try to troll me. It don't work. As the truth setting you free mellowed out. Oh yeah, in fact, he's practically a casual gamer now. Mostly he plays FIFA and that's about it. He lost his interest in gaming for the most part. Everybody did a lot of crazy stuff back then, Castro. Everybody did. Last game you played on PC? Lord, man, I don't know. War of the Ring? Why do you think Destiny failed? I don't know that Destiny failed, made a lot of money. I didn't like it because I don't like live service games. But it has been a financial success, so I don't, maybe a failure is in it failed to gain my interest. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Castro. Sorry to hear that. Truth don't make videos. He agreed to do an interview for Trey for Life, but I haven't heard from him since, so he might have changed his tune on that. I don't know. 7th, I never had a bike. I didn't wear a cycle jacket because I was a biker. I rode a cycle jacket because I was in a punk rock band and I still had the jacket from when I was in a punk rock band. I never rode motorcycles, dude. I'm a muscle car guy. I like driving muscle cars. I have a Challenger. My fault. Destiny didn't fail. I gotta stop listening to Black Baron. Lol. Well, that goes without saying. Nobody should ever listen to Black Baron in the first place. Was there one exclusive you like from Xbox One? I'm trying to think of one. The Forza Horizon games. Those were the only ones that I liked. The Forza Horizon games. Everything else was just mediocre, Halo 5 was trash. Quantum Break was trash. Crackdown 3 was trash. Recoil or whatever that game was called, it was garbage. There just wasn't anything good on it, man. Forza was pretty much it. Last I heard, Black Baron was still wrestling. He was actually in a few episodes of AEW Dark. He mostly lost. He mostly did the job. I think he won one match. Microsoft should revive Lost Odyssey. I don't know that they have the rights to it. Sunset Overdrive was crap. It was a bad game. They took the ideas from it that worked and turned it into Spider-Man. Sunset Overdrive had to suck so that Spider-Man would be good. What percentage of the library of Xbox games are on PC? Most, if not all. Why did Bungie say Destiny 3 won't happen? I don't know. I'm not even a fan of that series. I'd have no way of knowing. Yeah, you had video of you and him outside. I had video of who... What? Yeah, you had video of you and him out. I don't know what you're talking about, Castro. Elaborate. You're full of it. Prove it. Prove it, son. Put up or shut up, man. You came here to troll. You're not doing very well. Shit or get off the pot, man. I ain't got all night. I got 8 minutes left. You haven't got under my skin yet, son, and I'm spoiler alert, you're not gonna. Look who you're talking to. Look who you're talking to. Didn't Baron want to go to WWE? Yeah, well, a lot of people want to go to WWE. Doesn't mean a lot of people do go to WWE. You know what I'm saying? Do you like 80s or 90s music more? Mostly 80s music more. There's some stuff from the 90s I like. Some stuff from the early 2000s I like. Most of the stuff from like 2011 onward I can't stand. Most. Do you like Henry Rollins? I like him as a spoken word performer and an actor. Never was a fan of him as a lead singer. He mostly just screamed. Did you finish Forspoken? I finished it. I didn't plat it. I didn't care enough about it to plat it, to keep playing it. Was there an exclusive from the Wii U that you liked? Bayonetta 2? Looks like that Xbot man has disappeared. Shouldn't have had that avatar, man. Dead giveaway. Well, yeah. Either that or 8th silenced him. One of the two. 8th might have sent him packing. Do you like the song Alone by Heart? It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I don't think I've heard it, man. Do you remember the one-legged wrestler from the... No, I don't. Xbox fanboy is gone. Yeah, like I said, 8th has mod powers, so he might have booted him. I don't know. He did. 8th booted him. See, I will sit and play with trolls. 8th don't have patience for them. 8th just kicks them out. I'll sit and let them dance and watch them dance for me. But 8th doesn't get the lulls that I get from that, so he just kicks them. Best part is watching them grow. Worst part is watching them... Yeah. Yeah. That's what they call bittersweet, Castro. Being a dad is bittersweet. Oh, you gave him a timeout. Well, that might as well be banning because there's only 5 minutes left of the show. By the time he gets out of the timeout, show's going to be over. Oh, well. Oh, well. He's got 5 minutes in the corner and we got 5 minutes left. Guess he'll have to come back and try again next week. I'll be waiting for him. Oh, yes. I will be waiting. Whew. 5 minutes left. We got the 5 minutes left. What do you think of the Resident Evil 4 remake? I didn't play it! Eighth played it, though, and he really liked it. El Presidor used to crack me up every time he used to piss off his trolls by saying, "Dance for me, puppets." Yeah. Yes, indeed. Do you have any indie games or AA recommendation? Like I said, man, I haven't been playing that much, so I don't have any new recommendations for you. Nah, Shadow, you're more of an afterthought. If you don't show up more than like like a 3-week gap, I forget you exist. That's why when someone said Shadow, I didn't instantly think of you. I thought of Shadow Deist. Because you're not memorable enough. It is what it is. I mean, feel free to come back and fail some more, if you want. I don't really care either way, but sometimes people find success by failing upwards. Maybe you'll be one of those people too. I severely doubt it, but stranger things have happened. Shadow needs to come up with some Mustard and P.F. Chang originals. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I miss Pervy Sage, man. He was fun. He was a fun troll. Shadowhood is not a fun troll. He's a fail troll. I remember El Presidor was raging about Battlefield 3. Yeah. Do you like the movie Caddyshack? It's not one of my more favorite go-to 80s comedies. It's okay, but it's not one of my favorite. And the sequel is just god-awful. The sequel is almost unwatchable. It's hard to hate a real gangsta. I don't know him well enough to say for sure. I know he's done time, but it wasn't for he didn't off somebody or anything. It was like theft or cell phone fraud or something like that. It wasn't anything. It wasn't a gangsta crime. Let's put it that way. The end of your last Trey for Life video, Presdan is very, very close to Pervy Sage with that Twin Tower video with you in it that he did. Yeah, but it's not him. It's not him. Trust me on that one. Pervy Sage is not Presdan. Could you imagine if New Jack managed to be in the W? He never would have made it, man. It's not possible to imagine it because there was no way that he was ever getting in the WWE. What is the best 80s comedy? Well, I don't know about the best. I can tell you what my favorite 80s comedy is, and that's Better Off Dead. That's my favorite 80s comedy of all time, Better Off Dead. One exclusive from Xbox One would be Killer Instinct. We see I'm not into fighting games. I remember back in 2014 you saying that the Xbox One was shit and the video went viral. Good times. Yep. 1.2 million views. Gets more views every year. Hard 8 robbed someone at gunpoint to get clothes for school, and he ditched the gun in the bushes and had his buddy driving do a U-turn back to get the gun in the getaway car. Well, you know more about him than me then. I thought it was like petty theft or cell phone fraud or something like that. Next Gen 720 did more than burglary. I know what Next Gen 720 did because I've seen his arrest record. I'm not going to get into it, but I've actually seen his arrest record papers. And he did a lot more than burglary. Hi, Master Millions. Well, it's 10 o'clock. I've been at it 3 hours. RXL 209 robbed a Blockbuster. I didn't know. I barely had any interaction with RXL 209. But yeah, next gen. It wasn't just burglary. I mean, it wasn't. He wasn't like a murderer or anything, but nothing like that. But there was more to it than burglary. I'm not gonna go into it. Don't need to. I mean, if you followed Next Gen long enough to know some of the stuff that would happen with him on his live streams and everything, it should be easy for you to figure out what it was that he got pinched for. Who's your favorite member from Weapon Wheel? I haven't watched it in a long time. Probably Black Bond, because he's the one I know the best. You and 8th outside. I don't remember what video that would have been. Me and 8th being outdoors. I mean, we did some videos that were outdoors at Disney World, but I don't know about what any other outdoor videos I would have made with him. Most of the videos that had 8th in them were made in my living room at the time. Anyway, it's 10 o'clock. We've been going for 3 hours. That's my usual quitting time. But if y'all want me to stay and keep talking for a little while, I will. What say y'all? Y'all want me to go for another hour? I think I've got enough gumption left in my back and hips to put up with it. Y'all let me know. Y'all want another hour, or was 3 hours the usual enough? Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Go for it as go ahead and go enjoy the rest of my evening, or go for another hour. Stay on for another hour. Okay. All right. I'll stay on for an extra hour. I ain't got nothing else to do. I was going to get off here and go play some more of that game that I can't even remember the name of. Nayudo, something Trails. I don't know. Just like Old Time 7. Am I a V for Vendetta fan? Yes. I like the movie and I like the graphic novel. I like them both. If y'all want to keep this hour entertaining, though, you're going to have to ask some questions, man. I already spent all of my pre-planned content in the first hour. When is the last Trey for Life video due out, in case I forget? I don't know, because I don't know how many episodes it's going to be. At one point, I thought there would be just 2 more, but it's looking like might be more than that. It all just depends, man. I mean, why does it really matter? The last 3 have gotten half the views of the first 3. So it's obvious that a lot of y'all have lost interest in it and are just paying lip service. I'm not saying you specifically, High for Life. Or Hi-Fi for Life, or whatever. Whatever. Where did my damn... I have to turn on my damn flashlight to see where my stupid vape unit went. If I'm doing this for another hour, I'm going to need my vape. Come on, where's my flashlight? Come on, you stupid ass phone. Flashlight, where'd it go? Okay, there it is. We're going to move it over to the side here. Let's see if I can... Alright. Alright, we are good. We are good. Flashlight off. Come on now. Flashlight off. There we go. There. Why are you still on? I turned you off. Off. Thank you, stupid ass phone. What's your favorite John Wick movie? Tie for the first two. Do you think the ending of V for Vendetta was sad? No, I thought it was appropriate. I sent them out to my buddies I still talk to from the community. Appreciate that. Of the posters behind you, what is your favorite movie and game? Well, out of those 3 movies, Back to the Future. Out of those games, probably Link to the Past. Where did you find Next Gen 720's arrest record? The same way that I was trying to find Pres Dance info. I used to have the ability to pull up such things. Not anymore because my license is expired, but I used to be able to do background searches on people. And I was asked by Black Bond to do a background search on Next Gen 720. And so I did. Hi, Tony Montana. How's it going? What happened to the old 7th? What are you talking about? I am the old 7th. I'm the oldest I've ever been, you dumbass. You're terrible at this. You are absolutely terrible. GG man, you need to get rid of that avatar, change it to PC. Since all the games are on superior hardware anyway. You look like you lost weight. Yes, over the last year I've lost about 70 pounds. I'm playing Nayuta. Yeah, Nayuta. That's the one. That's the game. Used to be a PSP game. Never left Japan. So now they've re-released it on PS4. And that's the game that I played for about 2 hours. That was the game you were complaining about not having an autosave. Yeah, it sucks. If you could see me, why is he ducking me? I'm not ducking you. You just haven't said anything entertaining yet, dumbass. Is Red Dead Redemption a good play in 2023? I didn't buy the... If it's even come out yet. Has the remaster come out yet? I don't think it has. I don't have any intention to buy it because there's no reason in the world for that game to still be 30 frames per second. If they announce a 60 frame per second mode for PS5, I'll buy it. Otherwise, I'm skipping it. Bourne Identity or John Wick, which is better? Oh, John Wick for days. I was never a fan of Bourne Identity and all that shaky cam crap. Plus, I like Keanu Reeves better than what's his name anyway, in most things. You should have done a background on Hooge. Well, I only had access to look up people in the United States for the most part. That's part of the reason why I found out that President was in the UK. It was because I couldn't pull up anything on him in the US. And then I started, paying closer attention to the things he said and the stuff that he listened to and the stuff that you would see him wearing on camera and whatnot, and determined that he was European. Answer for what? You haven't said anything. Like I said, you're freaking terrible at this. You've been on here for like an hour and you haven't even come up with what could pass for a halfway decent insult, for Christ's sake. You are god awful at this, man. Quit while you're behind. From the Skype convos back in the days, Zaire sold substances. Well, there you go. There you go. I don't have to explain it now. I wish it was a remaster. It's just a stinky port. Yeah, if they can't put it in 4K 60, that game, as old as it is, they can't do that in 4K 60 on modern consoles. I don't want it. I don't want it. Hey, 7th, since you've been losing weight, how do you feel? Can you walk? I can walk longer than I used to be able to, but I'm still not where I should be. I spend too much time sitting in a chair is the problem because of the line of work that I'm in. Anyone still playing Ragnarok? I still haven't started. Yeah, Matt Damon. I still haven't started it yet because my backlog is massive. And I've just been too busy at my job to play a lot of games this year. I have not played a lot. You know, I finished Forspoken. I finished Hogwarts Legacy. I finished Final Fantasy 16 and a couple of indie titles, and that's pretty much it. If you think that Rise is more hardcore than God of War, all you're doing is exposing yourself as a casual, that or a blind-ass fanboy. Either way, it don't look good for you. How great now we get 2 trolls at one time. How do you do it, 7th? Because I'm a compelling son of a bitch, that's why. Isn't there also Skype logs of Zaire spreading a certain... I heard rumors of that. I never saw any actual proof of it. I have no idea. I don't know. You know, there was a period where I was invited to every Skype chat there was, and then at a certain point, that died off. Right around the time where MVP got arrested. Do you think the PS Portal will fail miserably? Well, all of its pre-orders are sold out, so I imagine initially it'll do well. I think a lot of that hype is coming from Japan, though. Because, you know, it makes sense in Japan where everyone is, like, mobile and on the go, you know, that they'd be able to, you know, turn their PS5 on before they leave, hit the Wi-Fi on the train, connect to their PS5 and play. It makes sense for Japan, not so much the States. Who would win in a fight, El Presidor or Solid Rev? I think Solid Rev would take him at this point. You know, it might have been a different story a few years ago, but, you know, El Presidor is getting on in years, and, you know, Rev is something like 10 years younger than him. Good, 7th. I'm glad you're losing weight. Keep it up. I will endeavor. Were you able to find info on people even if they didn't put any personal info online? How did that work? Was it like some 3-letter agent? No, I never worked for the CIA. You know, they had to have some kind of an online presence for me to be able to find them. It was similar to, like, using Intellius or Spokio and that kind of stuff. It was similar to that, but it was not a public thing that everybody had access to. Let's put it that way. How did you like Final Fantasy 16? It was okay. You know, it's not it was good for what it was, but it wasn't a good Final Fantasy 16 game. Let's put it that way. Most of the info was people exposing themselves on Skype saying stupid I never really had to use Skype, man. I had other means. I don't have it anymore, but I had other means back in the day. I think Red Dead 2 was too much of it. Although, you know, Zaire mixing... 10 brothers from Brother Natural. Thanks for another hour, 7. Thank you, Brother Natural. That puts us up to $22 for the night. Appreciate it, son. You know, Zaire was doing stuff in the Skype chats like mixing Viagra with oxys and passing out asleep on the live chat. So we go in there and we're just sitting there laughing, listening to him snore. I think Red Dead 2 was too much of a cowboy simulator. What's your take? Wasn't very good. Wasn't very good. People talk about how great the story in Red Dead 2 was. No, it wasn't. Because it was the same thing in every chapter. You know, one of the members of the gang would get a tip on a score. And so they do all this planning, and you'd have to go and get all this stuff to be able to pull off the heist. And then, you know, there'd be like an inside screw job or something else that would F up the heist. You'd barely escape. And then in the next chapter, the same damn thing would happen again. Someone would get a tip. You'd go and do all the planning for the heist. Something would F up the heist. Repeat. That was the plot. It was the same damn, you know, the only thing that was different was the side section where you were like in Cuba or whatever. It was horrible. The characters were great. I loved Arthur, but the plot sucked. Characters great, plot doo-doo. $10, nice. Yes, thank you, Brother Natural. Appreciate it. We're under siege by trolls. Not really. Not really. Are you a Crash Bandicoot fan, and did you like Crash 4? I liked the first 3. Haven't really cared for it since. Was Next Gen I don't know if he was or not. Like I said, I never saw any proof of that. Wheelchair basketball or Martha Stewart's cooking videos? Wheelchair basketball. Another thing about Next Gen, you know, I'm a dad. And, you know, when I see evidence of a dad putting themselves ahead of their kids, I have a problem with that. I'm not going to go any farther than that. Not going to go any farther than that. Is Rev still married? Yes, to the same woman. Thanks for explaining. You're welcome. How does it feel to pay for inferior online service and an inferior rental service like PlayStation Plus? No wonder why Truth split. Truth didn't split from PlayStation. He split from gaming. He lost interest in gaming, period. He dabbles in FIFA. What's the matter with you, son? Are you so far on the spectrum that you can't follow conversations? Open up those ears. Gotta actually pay attention if you're gonna stay right up with me. Come on now. Listening comprehension. It's an important thing. Should look into it. Reading comprehension too, because you're getting your ass owned in the comments without me having to even do anything. Seventh, did you like Scarface on the PSP? No, because I didn't like Scarface the movie. I can't take that movie seriously because Al Pacino, as great an actor as he is, does a terrible Cuban accent. Table JFK, there's a reason why I don't interact with him at all. Multiple reasons. And, you know, they're valid reasons. The fact that guys like Porter Rock talk to him, you know, I love Porter Rock, but the fact that he even gives Next Gen the time of day, I don't understand that. I really don't. But then again, I'm a one strike and you're out kind of guy. I'm not the most forgiving person. I still remember Zaire asking us how to fill out some of his insurance paperwork he had from Hurricane Sandy to get the most he could and claim things he didn't own. Yeah, he's a piece of work, man. Do you play basketball, Seventh? I did when I was younger. I mean, I wasn't destined for the NBA, guys. Hey, Seventh, did you like the JFK film? Not especially. I mean, I like some of the acting, but I felt that there was a lot of flaws in the theory that it put forward. I'm not one of these guys that thinks that Oswald was a lone gunman. I've watched the Zapruder film. I've seen bits and pieces of the other film. I can't remember the name of it, the Zim film or something like that, that shows the shooting from the other side of the street, the other side of the car. And you can clearly see a gunman on the grassy knoll. You see the shape of someone leaning over that fence, and you see a muzzle flash. That's all I need to know. Who it was, don't know. But I know when your head goes back like this and the side of your head gets blown off, that doesn't happen from someone up and to the right of you, because that would have blown this side of your head off, not this side. I know enough from being around my dad when it comes to ballistics. It don't work that way. Did you like the movie Sin of a Woman? That's one of my favorite Pacino films. I love Sin of a Woman. That's one of my absolute favorite Pacino films. I actually talked about it with him once. Let me give you a little story about what the internet used to be like. There used to be a website that was called infousa.com. And you could go to infousa.com and look up anybody, and find a phone number for them. So one night, I'm chatting online with a friend of mine, and we're playing with InfoUSA, and we called a whole bunch of people. We called the Neverland Ranch. Actually found a phone number for the Neverland Ranch. We didn't get Michael Jackson. We got one of his maids or something. We called Joe Montana. He told us to F off. We called several other people. We called pro wrestlers. We called all sorts of guys. And eventually we found the phone number for Al Pacino's penthouse suite in downtown New York. And we called Al Pacino, and he answered. And we talked to him for a half hour. And, we talked about Sin of a Woman, and he asked us what we thought of Devil's Advocate. And I told him that I liked the movie, but I thought that Keanu's acting could have been stronger in that film, that it kind of took me out of it a little bit. And, he kind of agreed, but at the same time, he didn't want to disparage Keanu. I'm not making this up. This is true. We talked to him for a half hour because he was supposed to be going to attend a play with this woman, and he had nothing to do because the play wasn't going to be for another hour and a half. And so, he had nothing to do but sit around in his apartment waiting for it to start. And so he was just more impressed by the fact that we had found his number than anything else. And I guess he wanted to reward our ingenuity. So he talked to us both for half an hour. And but it was called infousa.com. That website is now known as White Pages. But you can't do that anymore because of the advent of cellular phones and whatnot. This was back in late 90s when cell phones hadn't taken everything over, and people still had a cell phone for when they were out in public and a dedicated landline in their house. It's a different story nowadays. But yeah, you could use InfoUSA to look up damn near anybody. And it didn't cost you anything. Nowadays, you try to get somebody's information on White Pages, it's going to cost you. You're going to have to pay for it. Did you like Umbrella Academy? I liked some aspects of it, but it hasn't kept my attention from season to season. How do you feel about Bruce Willis and Jack Nicholson? I think you meant deteriorating mental states. Sad, isn't it? Well, I mean, Jack Nicholson's getting on up towards 80? So it's kind of expected. Bruce Willis is sad, though. Seventh knows if I ended console wars in 2009, I would have ended. No, because you won't even get your face on camera. Look, the only person that was able to really succeed in the console wars back then, without putting their face on camera, was John Castro. And I assure you, TD Bank, you are no John Castro. Not even close. What's a good comfort game for you? Mega Man 2. 7. Thoughts on Live Leak shutting down. Doesn't surprise me. In this day and age, as PC as things are, doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, look, Live Leak was the modern equivalent of sites that I used to watch, like Rotten.com, Gore Gallery, that kind of thing. And so it was just a matter of time, really. Ogreish, yeah. Why would you donating $50 to me be embarrassing me? That would just mean that you're so desperate to try to get under my skin that you would pay real world money to get it. That don't say anything about me. That says shit about you. And that's the funny part. You're too stupid to understand that. Favorite Star Wars game? Probably Knights of the Old Republic. Al Pacino has aged really well. I would say so. Best Gore was another one. Yeah, I don't remember Best Gore. What was that other one? I think it was mentioned on the 7thCast last week. There was Gore Gallery, there was Rotten.com, and there was another one that had a guy's name in it. God, I can't remember now. I think somebody mentioned it on the 7thCast last week. And I said, oh God, I used to watch that website. And now I can't remember the name of it. The Style Project. Exactly, Hi-Fi. Thank you. The Style Project. God, I watched that site a lot. Man. Another one that didn't really have the gore. I watched, do you guys remember Fugly? Fugly.com? That was another fun one back in the day. I'm not feeding him, Natural. I'm not feeding him. I'm just letting him bury himself. I mean, he's so bad at it that Shadowhood is preferable to him. That's pretty laughable. They're pretty tame compared to what the cartels release now. Well, you got a point there. Do you watch Happy Console Gamer? Yes. And do you think he's got you beat in Game Collect? I don't know. Because it's hard to tell everything that he has. He definitely has me beat in box complete stuff because I don't care about collecting boxes for the most part, except for CD games. When it comes to carts, I couldn't care less about the box. The majority of my cart collection is cart only. I have a few complete carts, but most of it, I don't care about that. Now, CD's a different story. With CD, I gotta have the box or be able to create my own if the game is too expensive to buy it box complete. Correction, TD Bank. I could make money from you. You're not going to make any money off of me. If you're dumb enough to send me $50, go ahead. I wasn't the one that timed you out. 8th timed you out. He's the only mod on here. I didn't time you out. I was fully willing to let you own yourself all night long. That was 8th. 8th doesn't have the patience for the bullshit like I do. The first time I ever saw Bible Black was on Style Project. First time I ever saw Bible Black was when somebody DM'd me a link to it. And I watched 10 minutes of it and I turned it off. I was like, this is just X-rated Orotsukadoshi. And I turned it off. Did you like Shadows of the Empire back in the day? It was okay. But you got to remember, I was never a fan of the N64 control scheme. I didn't like that controller. You know, I had the same issues with the Dreamcast controller that I had with the N64 controller. For me, 3D doesn't work well without two sticks. How have I been ignoring your DMs for years, TDBank24? YouTube removed the DM feature years ago, back when they integrated Gmail. Just owned yourself again. You derp. Would you be willing to do a collab video with Happy Console Gamer? Sure, but he's up in Canada, man. Kind of hard to do. You know, I love Happy Console Gamer. I'm not driving up to all the way up to Canada or flying up there just to make a video. What are your thoughts on DK Oldies? It's a ripoff. Don't buy from them. Avoid them. It's not worth it. You can get those systems in better shape and cheaper if you just put in a little bit of legwork. That's not what the 7th level means. So that also means that you're trying to troll someone whose content you're not actually familiar with. You're just making it worse and worse for yourself. Good God. Is that Paul Thomas Anderson movie Licorice Pizza worth a damn? Wouldn't know. Didn't watch it. My guess is no, because I've never been a big fan of his work. Now, you might love it, but, you know, I have what you would call eclectic tastes, and it doesn't include stuff that Paul Thomas Anderson tends to put out. I find his movies to be excessively pretentious. Not a fan. Not a fan. 7, do you think it should have just been one Matrix film? No, I think they should have finished the story. I just think they did a crappy job. And they certainly shouldn't have made the fourth one, because the fourth one was god-awful. Matrix Revolutions was Citizen Kane compared to Matrix Resurrections. That movie was garbage. The Sigs in the Shade. You just admitted that you were watching Trey for Life. You could learn that from watching Trey for Life. But you claim to know who I am. You don't know where the 7th level came from. You don't know that DMs don't exist, but you claim you've been sending them to me. You're the kind of guy that's so full of shit your eyes are brown, but you weren't born with that eye color. You're going to have to try harder. You're not living up to my expectations. It's starting to get boring. Have you been following the Billy Mitchell versus Carl Jobst lawsuit drama? No, I haven't. I met Billy Mitchell at Retropalooza back in 2019. I've told that story before. I saw him from a distance, and I thought he was a John Wick cosplayer. And then someone had to tell me, oh no, that's Billy Mitchell, the, famous championship gamer or whatever. Which I knew who Billy Mitchell was. I just wasn't familiar with his black suit with tie and long hair thing. So I saw him standing over at the Donkey Kong arcade cabinet from a distance, and so all I saw was a guy with long hair and a beard in a black suit. And I knew that the cosplay contest was coming up because they have one every year, and I thought he was a John Wick cosplayer. I mean, he was perfectly nice to me. I was hanging out at Captain Retro's booth, and he came over and talked with us, and asked us how we were enjoying the con, and Captain Retro had a modified. He had a Pac-Man 2 cabinet running with the speed chip, and Billy Mitchell's sat and played it for a few minutes, and talked with us. And I mean, he was perfectly cool. He was nice and polite, but I sat there listening to him, knowing, everything that was going on in the news about him at the time. My inclination was to mention something to him about it and see how he reacted, but I didn't. I knew if I did that, that would piss him off, which would in turn piss off Jay, and I didn't want to piss off Jay because Jay is my friend, and these conventions are how he makes his living, and I wasn't going to do anything to screw that up. Which would you rather play, Last of Us 2 or Wolfenstein Youngblood? I'd replay through Last of Us 2. Wolfenstein Youngblood was garbage. I never wanted to be El Presador because I knew what El Presador was. And the fact of the matter is, I never had as many subs as El Presador, but as far as his console war videos were, he never hit the highs that I hit before I closed the Trey Brotherhood down. That's a fact. Enjoy yourself. Keep trying, though. Have I ever met George Lucas? No. Hey, 7th, did you see the Nun film? I saw the original. I haven't seen the sequel. 8th has seen it, but I haven't seen it. 7th, are you interested in Octopath Traveler 2? I have Octopath Traveler 2. I put about 10 hours into it. I have Sea of Stars, but I haven't played it yet. TD Bank, yeah, like I told you, man, 8th doesn't have any patience for trolls. I'll sit and let them dance for me. I don't care, but 8th bumps them. 8th will just keep putting them in the corner. 8th is the only one on the 7th cast besides me who has mod powers. And 8th doesn't tolerate trolls. No, I find humor in it. He doesn't. He just thinks that they clutter up the chat, so he bumps them, or he, puts them in timeout with the dunce cap on. My internet went wonky. Can you repeat the answer to my PS Plus question? How far up was it? Did you have a favorite month of free game offerings on PlayStation Plus? No, Clean Frame, because 9 times out of 10, I already own everything that they give away for free. Well, he's only got 20 minutes left. We're at 10:39. I gave him an extra hour, 8th, so we're shutting down in 20 minutes. TD can't accept that he's playing on a watered-down compact PC. Should have just bought the real deal. Compact. Don't give him that much credit. He's probably on an E-machine. I knew exactly from day one what El Presador was. I knew from day one. So, I'm one of the few guys that didn't buy into what he was selling. I just used it for my own personal enjoyment. I got what I wanted out of him. I wasn't ever expecting for him to hand the Trey Brotherhood over to me. That was a surprise, and I tried to talk him out of doing it. But he was dead set on getting out of it. He wanted to go make money on Call of Duty. And I said, fine. And so I did things with it that he never did. I held tournaments. I held contests where you could win cash money. I did all sorts of stuff that he never even thought about doing. Because... I actually tried to treat it like a real group instead of just being a work. He treated it like a work. I treated it like a work shoot. So, but eventually it got to where there wasn't anybody worth fighting. I mean, after I put Black Baron in his place, that was pretty much the end of it, really. Wasn't anything left to do. And so when I shut it down, that created a vacuum for, people like Mooch and Crap Gamer and Colt Eastwood and their ilk to come in, and none of them were going to debate with anybody anyway because they knew that they didn't have any legs to stand on. El Presidor wasn't a PlayStation guy. He wasn't an Xbox guy. He was a troll. And he would go with whatever was going to get him the most attention. And so, to this day, he'll occasionally play Call of Duty when he has nothing else that he thinks will get him views. But he's not an actual gamer. Never was. Never has been. Never will be. He's just a troll. A troll with actual mental issues. Thoughts on Nolan and talks to direct the next Bond film? That was supposedly that was a rumor that was debunked. If you look it up on Google, they say that was debunked, that it's not factual. I don't know. You never know. Seventh, Call of Duty versus Battlefield versus Medal of Honor. Shit versus shit versus shit. I don't like any of them. Did you ever like a game that was janky but good? Janky but good. Greedfall. Greedfall's janky as shit, but I love it. Because it's basically a clone of Mass Effect, but it's a fantasy game instead of sci-fi. Do you think we should get a universal income? No, not especially. Let's just put the whole world on welfare, please. Please. He came back for 2 seconds and 8th bumped him again. Now 8th is giving them the El Presidor treatment. Because El Presidor, sometimes he would reply to comments, and sometimes he would just instantly block you and wait for you to create another account so he could watch you come back and dance for him. And that's what 8th is doing to him right now. Just putting him in timeout for the sheer fun of it. I don't do that. I'll sit and let them make fools of themselves. Did you ever get into JDM cars during the NSFU and Too Fast? No. I don't like military shooters. I like sci-fi shooters like Doom and that kind of thing. Star Wars Dark Forces. Duke Nukem before they ruined it. That kind of stuff. I like sci-fi and maybe, sci-fi horror shooters like Blood. I liked Blood. But I've never been into the military shooters. They don't do anything for me. Closest thing to a military shooter that I've ever liked was Resistance. But it was a sci-fi / horror game. Well, and the Killzone series. I liked it. It was sci-fi. I didn't like its control scheme, though. I mean, they fixed it in the third one, but the second one had that awful gun-waving lag, because they wanted it to feel like the gun had weight. Stupid idea. Best ass in video game history. I have no idea. I don't look for that in video game characters. That's like asking me who's the most attractive cartoon character. I don't know why, but I really want to play that Die Hard on the OG PS1. That one will set you back a pretty penny. It's expensive nowadays. Duke Nukem: A Time to Kill was one of my favorite I didn't like the third-person Duke Nukem games. I only like the first-person ones. Do you like Mario 2D or 3D platformers more, and were you a fan of any of the Mario RPGs? I like the original Super Mario RPG. Never been a big fan of Paper Mario. I have several of them, but I'm not the biggest fan of those. Between 2D and 3D Mario, I prefer like Super Mario Brothers 3, Super Mario World. I never really cared too much for new Super Mario Brothers. I didn't like them all that much. Is what it is. Now, I liked Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. And Super Mario 64 was okay. I was not a fan of Super Mario Sunshine. And I haven't really played Super Mario Odyssey because I don't play the Switch that much because it doesn't have an integrated trophy or achievement system. No, I don't like Gears of War. And the reason being is because I played Uncharted before I played Gears of War, so when I finally played Gears of War, it felt slow and clunky to me compared to Uncharted. Lara Croft was good looking in Tomb Raider 2000. I don't pay attention to that stuff with video games and cartoons, man. I just don't. Do you believe that karma always comes back in one way or the other? It depends. It depends. I mean, I've seen people that have been absolutely despicable and led absolutely, the kind of life that anyone would dream of. Died peacefully in their sleep. Nothing bad ever happened to them. But, who knows what happened to them after the last breath. But as far as karma in the physical life, sometimes people get what they deserve and sometimes they don't. 7th, do you like husband? No. I remember the Dude Raider jokes people had for the third-person Duke games. And they said the same thing about Uncharted. DSP is proof karma doesn't exist. You may have a point there, Bill. You may have a point. We're at 10:48. We got 12 minutes left. Gears of War is not pretty much the same as Resistance. Gears of War is a third-person cover shooter, and Resistance is a first-person shooter. They might have similar plots, but the gameplay is totally different. And even then, the only similar thing they have in regards to plot is that they both deal with an alien invasion. That's it. That's the only similarity. Come on, Shadowhood. Don't get into a TD mode now. I enjoyed when people would call Panda Lee DSP's daughter and he would lose his... I don't really follow DSP enough to know who that is. Most of what I know about DSP is from the Not How to Play series more than his own stuff. Cracking a beer. Are you even old enough to buy beer? Come on, son. Come back and try again when your nuts have descended. DSP versus Wings of Redemption. Who's worse? Well, at least in Jordy's defense, at least he's done some decent things. Like, when he helped out that girl with muscular dystrophy, that was a decent thing, and him actually showing up to box in London, I highly doubt DSP would ever do anything like that. I highly doubt it. Uh-oh, I think 8th might have permabanned him this time. I knew it was coming. I just didn't know exactly when it would hit. I don't think anyone will ever forget when DSP got caught fapping on camera. That's going to go down in YouTube history. You know, the thing about DSP is he thinks he's God's gift to YouTube. Wings of Redemption has never thought that of himself. He did get arrogant and think that he was better at Call of Duty than he actually was until the Syndicate owned his ass. But, you know, he's always felt that his content wasn't up to snuff, and, you know, he was basically a failed YouTuber. But he's, at least in his past, tried to do nice things with for other people with the money that he had earned. To my knowledge, DSP has never done that. DSP wants you to pay all of his bills, and you know, you should feel incredibly generous because of how wonderful his content that he provides to you is. That's not Wings. I mean, Wings does use YouTube to pay his bills, but he's not unjustifiably arrogant about what he provides. He couldn't even be respectful enough to Keemstar to get $50 from a podcast and would rather Yeah, exactly. You know, Keemstar offered him the opportunity to join a lolcow podcast that would have made him $50,000, which would have helped a lot with his bill problems, and would have provided him with a way to sell merch. And he turned it down because he doesn't believe he's a lolcow. He thinks so much of himself that he refuses to accept that he's a lolcow. Boogie2988 knows he's a lolcow, and he's embraced it. Kind of like Rich has embraced it. DSP will never accept that he's a lolcow. Hey, 7th, Superman 3 versus Batman Forever. Which is worse? Superman 3. And I hate to say it, but it's true. Especially if you have I've heard really good things about the director's cut of Batman Forever. Hell, I even like Batman and Robin better than Superman 3. Superman 3 is just terrible. The only redeeming thing in all of Superman 3 is when that gnarly bitch gets turned into an android. That's the only good scene in the whole movie. That legit freaked me out when I was a kid. Yeah, Keem has done some really nasty stuff too. I mean, he used to be in that, what was it called? Federation of A-Hole Gamers? Or FAG for short. Where they legit try to shut people's channels down and stuff. He's done some gnarly shit in his past. That goes without saying. Boogie2988 versus Kid Behind the Camera in a sumo match. I could see them doing that. I could see him doing it. Rich is just glad he didn't get owned like his buddy Mundane Matt. Mundane Matt. Oh, Lord, Mundane Matt. He really thought he was king shit on Turd Hill back during the Gamergate days, let me tell you. He's another one who, got high on the sniff of his own farts. Yeah, he thought he was something else. But turns out not so much. Not so much. Yeah, Superman 4 was worse than Superman 3. That one was just terrible. I think even Supergirl was better than Superman 4, and Supergirl is awful. Just awful. 4 minutes left, folks. 4 minutes left. I think my back has had all that it's going to take. Yeah, didn't they expose Mundane Matt on the Kill stream? I think it was. I've never watched the Kill stream, but I did used to watch Mr. Mediker, and I remember him mentioning it. I remember Gamer Nate. I didn't really have much interaction with him. I think, we had a couple of comments back and forth, and that was the extent of it. I feel like Gamer Nate is Raging Rob from the future, because they're practically the same person. Only Gamer Nate was obsessed with Nintendo games and Raging Rob is not. I hope you're not stiff tomorrow. I shouldn't be. I'm not like to the point where it's unbearable yet. It's just kind of irritating right now. Boogie versus Frank Hassel. Yeah. Thoughts on the sport known as chess boxing? I am not familiar with that, Brother Natural. I am not familiar with that one. Sorry about that. 25 viewers. 2-minute warning, folks. 2-minute warning. Hope you enjoyed your free extra hour of content. Do appreciate Brother Natural stepping up, though. That was very nice of you, sir. It's very nice of you, sir. Gamer Nate and Fat Gamer had a lot in common. Yeah, but I don't think I ever saw Gamer Nate talk about how much he wanted to R-word a woman live on, on camera. That win goes to Fat Gamer and Fat Gamer alone. Good God. I'm really going to have to talk to Super Brothers about that crap. We're gonna have to have a discussion on that one. That was beyond the pale, as they say. Fat. I don't know, man. Some of the things that he has said and done over the years makes me feel like he should be in a facility somewhere. And I don't mean that in a cruel or bullying way. I'm just saying. I don't know what happened to Tokes. Tokes was on here for like 5 minutes, said, "Hey, 7th." I said, "Hey, Tokes," and then he disappeared. It was the first time he'd been on in 2 weeks. Maybe he's having internet issues or something. I don't know. I'm kind of worried about him. Fat Gamers made threats with all sorts of things. 7th, do you have a DualSense Edge? No. 8th has one. I don't. I've never had stick... I have like 4 DualSense controllers. I've never had stick drift on any of them. Eighth has the Edge. I didn't feel like spending that kind of money, especially with the lower battery versus the regular DualSense. The reason I have 4 of them is because the battery went bad on one of them. And one of them got slung across the room by accident. I wasn't like getting mad and throwing the controller. I was like pointing to something and I had it in my hand and I lost the grip of it and I accidentally slung it across the room and I broke it. Anyway, it's 11 o'clock. It's time to go. I appreciate everybody stopping by and spending 4 hours with me. I'm going to be editing the next episode of Trey for Life tomorrow. As long as nothing unforeseen happens, it will be live on Monday afternoon. So be sure to watch for that. Otherwise, I will be back here next week. Same 7th time, same 7th channel.